Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. Good evening. Happy Saturday. And from the UK. And if you're wondering if it's still hot, yes, it is. It's still hot. It's a little bit, slightly cooler. If you can call it a 30-degree as cool, okay? But comparing to 36, it's a little bit cooler. But it's still hot. Yes. And today I'm stitching hotcakes. All right. Yes, that's what I'm doing today. And Aimee Stewart SAL Saturday, okay, if you're new to us, every Saturday we get together and celebrate Aimee Stewart's patterns. And I have several, all right, and this is one of them. And this one is called Little Cake Shops. And as it says on the tin, it's a beautiful picture of a cake shop, a dream cake shop, actually. And let me show you what it looks like, okay? Have a look. Isn't that gorgeous? And there's just something so girly about it as well, and very childlike. I love it. If I was about 5, okay, this would be, if you want me to imagine what my dream cake shop would be, or candy shop, this would be the one. Absolutely. It's got everything I love, and the color scheme just so adorable, and full of little items that I love to stitch. And yes, so this piece is by Aimee Stewart, of course. And I started this piece. This was probably one of my first full coverage, not the first, but one of the first. I started stitching the quick stitch version of this piece and loved it so much. I decided to park that project, the quick stitch. Literally, I gave it up and went back to Heaven and Earth. This pattern is from Heaven and Earth, and got the full version. Not only so, yes, this is regular size, okay, but it's max color. So my first max color experience, and it was pretty shocking. Okay, let me show you why. And this is my iPad here. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit. So on the canvas, on my fabric, on my hoop, you can't see the entirety of my completion area, but you can see it from my app here. So I started from upper left there, okay, and stitching a lot of ceiling and walls. You know what it's like. And gradually, finally get to the cake zone. So I'm very excited, very excited. And this is where I am after over 3 years, guys. But I'm not doing too badly. Have a look, have a look. Let me show you the percentage there. Okay, this is my last sprint. Close your eyes, erase the image from your head, okay? I'm gonna erase it because every session is a new session. There's a new chapter, okay? So, look at the upper left screen there. 15%, 15.5. Not too bad for a full size, and also max color as well. And have a look at the number of colors, okay? This is what you get with max colors with Heaven and Earth. 238. And this is actually not the largest number. It goes up to 240, okay? So that's the max. The software can handle, apparently, and pushing to the limit. So 238, and it was a shocker to me because, you know, prior to that, I was doing Dimensions Kit. The max number of colors is about 45-ish, and majority of the remaining cross-stitching projects I was doing, they're about 16 colors each, or something like that. So 238 was a shock to the system, but I was up for it. And so I've been loving this piece ever since, and I am going to start a new sprint, okay, right here in front of you. And this is a fresh counter. It's going to capture every stitch I'm going to be doing today. I'm not counting, but it's interesting to have a look. And, you know, sometimes I'm doing exceedingly, surprisingly good, and sometimes probably surprisingly low. But hey, you know, as long as I'm stitching, it's good. So I am going to come back and to the screen here. I want to say hello to all of you. You know, happy Saturday, and I hope you're well and not too hot. and no flooding, hopefully, no natural disasters. Last heat wave we had in London about a couple of months ago, it was really, really dry and no rain. But this time it's a combination of both. It's very hot, but it rains as well. But as a result, it's a little bit more humid. So it gets very sweaty and, and bothered. And dry heat, I can do better. But humidity, ooh, that's an added challenge, okay? But I'm going to miss this in the winter come Christmas. I'm going to be thinking, well, that summer wasn't too shabby. So hello to all of you, Rajal. Hello. First report to the chat as usual. And Rajal says, hello, everyone. Happy Stitching Saturday, and happy Stitching Saturday to you and every day as well. And our lovely Sarah as well with the blue heart. And great to see you. And, Sarah just gained a new grandchild recently, a boy, Oliver. See, I remember. Who says I don't remember anything? I have no sense of directions, but certain things I remember, and important things, right? And Chivis as well, 3 hands, Chivis, what did I say? And 2 hands are plenty, okay? Let's stay a relatively non-alien if we can. And Michelle is here as well. Hello. And great. Michelle is flaunting all the members emoji. Okay, yes, we do have a membership, and thank you for supporting the channel. We stream every single hour, every second. No ads. Okay, you probably noticed no ads at all, no revenue. So I'm counting on you, members. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you every day. And Michelle is showing off all the emojis. We had some technical issues with Apple devices for weeks probably, and so our members are deprived from members emoji, but they're back. They're back. So congratulations, Michelle. And Kat Government is here as well. Hello. And Brandy. Oh, Brandy. I think Brandy is on your friend. Brandy says, hi, I didn't realize people live stream themselves stitching until I watched her Gemma Stitches diagonal method tutorial video a bit ago. I came to check out while I'm working on mine. Perfect. This is what it's designed for, okay? I'm stitching, you're stitching, we're stitching together. That's it. We talk about nerdy things about stitching and everything else under the sun. If you watch our streams, it's a shocker. Every stream, we just wander off to weird and wonderful topics. Okay, so come and join us and welcome Brandy. And we have Total Stitcher Heather as well, beautiful. And who else have we got? Clara is waving, thank God, 1 hand. Well done, Clara. You and me, 1 hand is quite enough, maybe 2 sometimes. And Travis is here as well, nice and early. Welcome. And hopefully Travis is at home and stitching, and most of the times Travis is reporting from the work club. And we also have Suzanne here as well. Great to see you, Suzanne. And Sherry's as well. And who else have we got? I'll go as far as I can. And Ace as well. Hello. And Daria as well. And my chat kind of cut off here on the screen. I need to turn to my iPhone. In fact, I will come back. I'll come back and say hello to all of you. Let me see if I can fix my chat here. I think sometimes we have technical glitches. And let me just have a little refresh, okay? And bring my chat back. And let me know, guys, what you're stitching today. Today's our Aimee Stewart here. And yes, I know some of you are breaking rules, rule breakers, okay? And but it's okay. Yogi's very forgiving. You can come through the back door, side door. We have those, and we have cat flap as well. Maybe a doggy door. Whatever it's called, the doggy version of a cat flap. And you can come through, okay? You can parachute from the rooftop as well. And it's wide open. We do have a roof, but there's an opening there. You can sneak in, okay? And come join me. And I'm so excited because this piece, I have not stitched for a little bit. And I think it's before. I kind of divide my stitching from before, pre paper chart challenge and post paper chart challenge. There's a divider line there. For some reason, that experience kind of just, it did something to me. Hopefully not in ADHD, not ADHD. PTSD. No, in fact, I enjoyed it, okay? But I managed 7 days as planned, okay? And I'm very happy to come back to the future. And but it feels like it's been a little while. It's been a little while. So this piece, I'm stitching on 25 counts. This was one of my first 25 count projects. The first one might be the grandmom's loft attic, and that's Aimee Stewart as well. I just fell in love with Aimee Stewart because it's so cozy and so fun to stitch. And so I had that piece and then started this one, and so both of them are you know, my really sort of new first 25 count stitching experience, and so it means a lot to me. And this piece, okay, so the previous sessions I've been sort of moving around the canvas on the pattern, stitching on different bits. I think last time, if you remember, I was doing the ceiling stitching. Okay, it has to be done sometimes when you're in the mood. And but today I'm up for a little bit of a cake stitching. It's just one of those days. I have my cake needle minder, you know, to keep me company as my Pikachu. And so, if you remember, okay, previous few sessions, I was stitching on this bunch of cakes. They're stacked on top of each other. I'll show you the markup so you know what I'm stitching. It's very colorful, and but there's a detachment from this bit. I basically skip this area. Prior to this bit, I've been stitching kind of continuously, as you can see, floating, you know, the stitches, mini cross-country or parking, whatever. But I skipped to jump to the cakes, okay? And I really enjoyed it, and I would like to come back at some point. But today, I am going to focus on this area. And you might be wondering, what the hell is that? I need to show you. I started it, okay, ages ago, maybe last year sometime. But I want to show you, okay, where I am, so you know what I'm aiming for. So bring on the saga magic, okay? So I'm going to focus on this area, which is what you're looking at, next to this stack of cakes on the left here. Okay, let's see if my app is going to refresh today. Are you playing with me? Oh, great. Yes, it's a little bit of delay. It has to think about it, but it's there. And so I'm going to turn on the markup. Okay, so focus on the cakes on the left, and also the pointy bits on top, so you know what I'm aiming for today. Boom. Can you see that? Yes, it takes a few seconds. It's there. Yes. This little glass dome there, whatever it's called, you know, you see in cake shops, it's really, really nice. If you go for afternoon tea or whatever, the fine tea, you know, some of you do from time to time, I don't. But you can see there's a little dome, glass dome there. And inside, I believe there are macaroons or macarons. Whichever, are they different or the same? There's another debate coming. I think they're different. I think these are macaroons, right? And the sandwich kind of slightly eggy sort of not pastry, you know what I mean. But also, I'm also interested on this little pile of are they little puffs? On the mountain of little puffs. They're quite delicious, aren't they? And so they're quite close to each other. So today I'm going to dip into both of them. But most important thing is, let me come back to the chart. Okay, and come back to the fabric. I am going to start to build the stitches from the edges again, without jumping ahead. I'm going to address this issue at some point, okay? But there's a lot of air stitching, a lot of grey and light colors. So, you know, you know me, I try to put it off. But today I'm going to so focus on this area, okay? And one stitch at a time. And maybe a little bit of air stitching. The color scheme is relatively light, but when you get to the little part of little puffs there, you know, whatever it's called, some of you might know the fancy name of these ones, and the colors get a little bit stronger, and a lot of pinks as well, which I love. And stitching pinks, stitching full are two of my favorite things, and they're happening at the same time. So here we go. Let me bring on my work mold and let's start a spot of stitching. You know, today I had classes in the morning, and it was so hot. When it's hot, and I had to take London Underground as well today. Not my favorite thing, okay, but because it's really stuffy and hot. But it wasn't too crowded on Saturday. The location I was teaching at around St. Paul's in London, and it was relatively quiet on the traffic. But I was exhausted when I came back. London Underground just, you know, tires me out a lot. So when I came back, I took a power nap. It was great. I feel refreshed, really refreshed. So I'm ready for a spot of stitching. And let's have a look. And if I haven't said hello to all of you, I'm coming back to you, okay? And let me just take my thread here. So I'm stitching with DMC, single strand, full cross. Let me take a sip of my coffee. I can feel a frog coming near me there. Okay, I am gonna have a look at my chart here. So I will, within reason, okay, some area, some stitches might be super confetti, like ninja stitches, but I am going to do my best to start to fill in all these gaps. I'm gonna feel a lot better. So, but to start with, I'm gonna pick a color here and from the edges. So I'm gonna start with 407. 407. Power naps are great. And I'm gonna just pick 407. And there are quite a few actually. So I'm gonna do cross country, okay? Not too far away, but cross country today. So no parking, no parking. And we have Amanda as well, hello. And Colette is here as well, wonderful. And Brittany, great to see you. Brittany and Suki as well, hello. And Lucy is here as well, hello, hello, welcome back. And Sola is saying hello. You made it. Yes, Sola, you made it. And let me just thread my needles. Beautiful. So the starting point for me today will be somewhere here. So nice and easy. I just love this pattern. It's so much fun and delicious as well. Let's have a look. 2 stitches. So this color isn't too bad at all. And Cindy, hello. And Alicia as well, great to see you. And Betty Hankins, hello. Yes, great to see you. And Dawn says good afternoon, stitchy friends. And hello to you as well. And let's have a look. Where am I? I don't want to lose my spot. If I look up and look down again, I lose my spot. I can't be alone on this. And also the studio I was teaching today, I had not been to for a little while. So I'm covering for somebody. And oh, it was a lovely studio. Half floor, solid half floor. One of the most beautiful studios I've ever taught in. So I was very happy to go back. But the lighting was very fancy and literally unworkable. You know, it goes like, the color changes because the idea is you can set the tone. You can go from, you know, spectrum of different colors to pink, to red, whatever, and you can set the tone of the rim. But I cannot remember the setting, okay? And I was struggling with the lighting so much, and to the point, for some reason, I did something. So what happened was, I must have triggered a setting where the colors just cycle through. It doesn't stay in one color. I was trying to make it kind of warm. I like the slightly orange tone and slightly yellow. Because it's quite warm and quite welcoming. But it just cycles through to green, to blue, to pink, to whatever, and it went on for the entire class. So the first class, I managed to do it normally for some reason. The second class, because I touched the setting, and it just went into this freestyling for the entire class. So the students were laughing as well, because one moment we're all red, and next moment we're all blue. Yes, but we had a good time. It was really really good classes I did today. And we have a new member. Let's have a look. Who have we got here? Karen Stitchy Girl. Oh yes, Karen. Hello. But Karen was a member, weren't you? Yes, welcome back. And great to see you. I hope we can see you on the chat now, because I remember Karen was having a little bit of problem and with the chat. Yes, welcome. And oh, this one. Yes, welcome, Karen. And I think Karen said she wasn't visible in the chat for a few times. I hope you get that fixed, and I can definitely see you. So say hello. Let me have a look. I'm going to move down here. Does it look like a half stitch, this one? Yes, it does, doesn't it? I probably started one leg and totally forgot about it. And last night I had evening classes as well, and it was really interesting as well, because the weather is so hot, and particularly on Friday evenings. Sometimes the classes are smaller because people probably choose to go out rather than coming to yoga classes. So I always, I have a lot of respect for students who choose to come to classes on Friday evening, where a lot of people probably want to go out. But I think everybody was so tired because of the heat. When we had the Shavasana at the end, literally, there was a wave of snoring. Normally, I don't get that many people falling asleep. It's not unusual, okay? It's not unusual. People at the end, they're relaxed. And for me as a teacher, it's a compliment. It means that you worked hard and now you're relaxed. But we had a wave of snoring, literally, coming from the room. And I think quite a few students just literally just fell asleep. It was the end of the week, so for a lot of people probably had a long week, but also it's been so hard, and it probably exhausts your body as well. But thank God everybody woke up at the end. Very happy with that. And Heather House has joined us as well. Wonderful. Brandy says, I started with Dimensions Kids too, so my first height was 163, and I thought it was astronomical high. It was high, 163. I think you probably got a expansion. I think Heaven and Earth, they have a mini, which is 90 colors, and regular colors is also 90 as well. And then the max colors up to 240, right? But there's one option in between, that's expansion, which is about the number you're quoting, about 160, 150. And not every single pattern has those. But yes, it's somewhere in between. But hey, Brandy, that's a lot of colors. Comparing to 240 may not be as many, but that's a lot of colors. Absolutely. And Vaduhi, hello, great to see you. Vaduhi is one of those stitchers. Vaduhi, I thought you were adding a new project. Have you started it? Vaduhi is one of those rare single project person, okay? Really, really rare. We need to put Vaduhi in some sort of, lab to study. And Heather says, we spend a lot of time talking about the best method of floss management. I think it's one of the very important part of stitching, isn't it? Because there is stitching, but there is setup, your setup for your environment, for your stitching that works for you. And that is what a lot, that's quite involved in all sorts of things people do in order to make their stitching setup optimal. And every stitcher is different. So it is a big area when it comes to stitching. When it comes to stitching is the projects themselves, the patterns, but also the stitching method. That's an actual, part of the stitching itself, but also your surrounding, how you set up your floss organizer. Do you have a master set? Do you kit them up individually? And also, do you have needleboard? And what kind of frames you're using? And basically, your entire setup. And there's a lot going into it. And but it's there's no crash course. I think for me it was an evolution, and I think it probably is for most people as well. You try one thing that seems to be working for others, it doesn't work for you, so you try something else. And what I love about organizations and setup is I love the hacks the stitchers come up with that works for them individually. So, there might be things that people come up with, props and whatever it is, and works just for them, because we're lateral thinkers, if it works, who cares if it doesn't look like something that someone else would do? And I love that. There are a lot of inspirations, and I definitely, do a little bit of that as well with my needleboard and everything, and thread cards. If it works for me, who cares? If I'm the only person using it. And Alyssa is here as well. Hello, great to see you. Oh, waving with hands and also paws as well. Oh, hello, wonderful. Yes, we like a bit of paws here. Great to see you. And sorry, I'm slightly behind in the chat here. Let me skip forward. And if I haven't said hello to all of you, to any of you, and I will, okay, just give me a little wave. And we have Jojo here as well. Jojo says, hello, Yogi and chat, working on my Disney project. Wonderful. That sounds like fun. And let me do it over here. And I think I'm going to end this color here. I don't want to wander too far. And this piece, because it was one of my first even weave projects, and I found getting the pre-gridded fabric really helps, because in the beginning, if you transition from Ada to even weave, you probably find it visually very confusing, because with Ada it's very clear where where the stitches go, right in the middle, the big fat square that you're aiming for. Even weave, because it's evenly woven, just looks like threads overlapping each other. You don't know what you're looking at. So I find pre-gridded fabric really helped me. Particularly in the beginning. 407. I'm gonna pop it back. 407. I've already got one. Oh, I keep forgetting I've got my needle board on my right there. I keep getting the new threads out. Brandy says, may I ask what size needles are being used? So for all my single strand projects, so single strand, I normally stitch from 22 count upwards. For the single strand, the coverage is kind of decent from the 22 count upwards. Some people do it for 20 count as well. But whichever case, so single strand stitching, doesn't matter what fabric count, I use 28, size 28 needles. So these are John James needles, my favorite needles for 28 counts. 20 size 28, and for the rest of them, for 2 strand stitching, doesn't matter what fabric count, I use 26. So it's quite simple for me, so I don't really have a lot of different sizes. All right, let me move on to the next color. Let me go for this little one. 437. 437. 437. It's a brown. Rachel, hello. Lucy's amused by the snoring situation. I know, you know, because the other day I told a story about, well, that was extreme situation, okay? That was literally a guy came in. It was the last heat wave about a couple of months ago. And a guy literally came in completely pissed, okay? Let's not be sort of subtle about it. When I went near him, the smell of the booze was so strong. It was it was really shocking. And he came in for whatever mysterious reason, decided to come in to you know, do yoga after quite a few drinks, I think. And he just fell asleep. He passed out basically. He wasn't moving. The only sign of life was the fact that he was snoring. That's it. So I kept checking, is this guy still alive? You know, I kind of want to keep it that way. But last night, I think the students, they were just really tired. You can tell the heat is getting to everybody. And so they just lied down and started to drift into sleep. So it's not unusual, people maybe falling asleep or, you know, dozing away at the end. You know, it happens a lot. But normally, when you start to wake them up to bring them back, they wake up. It's a little bit worrying when they don't, okay? If they're just lying there, you kind of go, well, you know, deepen the breath, bring the awareness back to the body, and they're not moving. I get nervous when I see that. So snoring is probably good. If they're snoring, I know they're still alive. That helps. Hello, Lynn. Lynn says, hi, hello, Yogi and Stitches, and Cynthia as well. Hope you're not too hot, Yogi. Well, that boat has sailed. I'm hot, okay? You're looking at the hot Yogi. Is it hot, Lynn, we're looking at as well? I don't think many people have air conditioning in the UK. If you do, lucky you. Maybe it's better to stay at work overnight if you can. Commercial buildings normally have very good air conditioning, but not residential houses, okay? You just open the windows. Miss Mischief is back with us, says good afternoon. I hope everyone's doing great. I spent 4 hours stitching this morning with my local group. How nice. Yes, yesterday, not yesterday, the day before. We're talking about the stitching group there. It's a local library, is it? How nice, 4 hours as well. That's tremendous. It's really nice to have someone local that you can stitch with as well. I mean, what we're doing here is really fun because we get to meet stitchers from all over the world. But local ones are quite nice, isn't it? Because you can just literally looking at someone else's work and check it out and everything. But groups like ours is really nice as well. And it's so diverse as well because there's so many things I did not even, you know, never really crossed my mind. I learned so much from stitches from different countries because their availabilities of material and all sorts of things that never crossed my mind until I learned from you guys. And for some countries, cross stitching is more popular than others. I think it's very popular in America, right? And I think North America in general, cross stitching is quite popular. I think in the UK as well. If you say you cross stitch, no one's gonna go what? But full coverage, I have no idea. I don't know anyone that's in my physical space that I know of that actually do this type of stitching. So it's quite nice to have a group like this. You don't feel like, you're the only full coverage stitcher in the village. 437, 437. Oh, Vadui has started a second project. And she says, let's see how long that's going to last, because I'm always thinking nothing will be done and finished. Well, 2 is not too bad. You can work, switch back and forth so everything feels fresh, and you can finish both, definitely. Vadui. Comparing to the rest of us, we've got like a lot more. And finishing is slightly more sort of, elusive. Elisa says, I kit each of my projects separately, but I have been thinking about doing a master set to work from. Yes, I think master set is coming from necessities, really. Because if you don't feel that you desperately need to do it, you probably, are okay. If you have the number of kids, not kids, you have a number of projects that it's manageable, you don't get pick up the wrong organizer by accident like I did, or if you don't mind kitting up projects, then master set is an option. You can live with or without. But for me, it was a necessity because it was getting to the point that I dreaded kitting up projects because I started to grow in numbers, and also there were quite a few occasions that I picked up the wrong organizer and stitched the wrong colors. So that started to happen. So it was driven by necessity, really. And I never looked back, over here, my next color is 436. 436. Yes, I've got one threaded already on my needle board. Sola says, I'm nearly completed master set of DMC. I use Monique quantum frame. Oh, is that one of those really fancy kind of wooden ones? I've seen people having them. They're huge, aren't they? And is that what you're using now? And Larry's stand as well. Oh, that's a very fancy setup you've got there. I do like the look of those wooden frames, but it's just not practical for me because I switch my the project I'm stitching almost every day. I think those frames are great if you have kind of a focused project or you have very few projects. You can just frame the project on the frame without touching it and just stitch with that. But for me, it's just not practical. And they're so large as well. They're quite big, aren't they? But they're beautiful. They're really beautiful. Jackie James, hello. Oh, Jackie came in to correct Yogi. Okay, have I done something already? I've just done about 10 stitches. Jackie says you've done over two stitches on the second to last stitch you have just done. Over 2 stitches on the second to last stitch. You mean the last color? I don't even remember what I did for the last color. Can we just let it go? Is it okay? Because I can't remember what I did. I think this area is probably fudgeable. What do you think, James? Jamie? Jackie, sorry. Who are you? Jackie. And can I have your permission to fudge in this occasion? I mean, this project is so confetti. I think the great thing is it's a lot more fudgeable because, you know, it's just tons of colors together. You probably won't notice that much difference, I think. I love these colors though. So pretty. Let me just mark as I go. Miss says, Yogi, some of the girls in my group go to the cross stitch weekend retreat. Do you have any in the UK? The retreats are sponsored usually by a designer shop. I've heard of those. I've never been to one. And are they full coverage specific or just stitching in general? I think I've heard of. I'm sure they are around in the UK. I just never really looked them up to do it. I think that's quite fun as well, but a lot of you need to dedicate. Actually, you know, normally they're over more than one day, isn't it? So it's like a holiday situation. You have to allocate, you know, the time to do it. But I'm sure there are retreats around. All right, so this one, it's the last stitch of this color in this area. It's looking a lot more respectable already. And 436, going back. Yeah, solar. I think 35 Celsius is quite high, and also the humidity really determines whether, you know, it's going to be slightly better or worse. I think humidity is pretty hardcore for me anyway, because if it's dry heat, normally in Britain in the summer, most of the time it's relatively dry. The humidity isn't super high, so I don't mind it if its temperature is a little bit higher. But when it's humid as well, oh, it's a different deal. All right, I'm going to keep going. There's a little bit of confetti here, but not too bad. There's a few, from looking at the chart. There's some ninja stitches there, but not too bad. So this chart, I've talked about this before, is probably the most confetti chart that I've got. So I don't know whether I'm sure there are probably worse ones, but this one's pretty, you know, relentless. 543. Alisa says, you're right, Yogi. Kitting individually has become too expensive and time-consuming. Dye lots and color matching issue is what keeping me from moving to a master set. Well, yes, it is true, that if you buy the threads, you know, at different time, different batches, the colors can be slightly different. But Alisa, let's face it, no one's gonna notice it, notice the difference. Maybe when you stitch it, or if you compare to the you know, the last scan that you've got. But to be honest, once it's stitched and blended in, no one's going to notice. And as you just, you know, mentioned, when you kit up, if it's just 1 and 2, it doesn't matter. But if you have more than 5, for instance, it does become more expensive, because it means you have to break up the threads of the same colors into multiple kits, multiple projects. And yeah, it is more costly at any given time, and also a lot of work as well, because each time, if you're doing, you know, if all your projects are 240 colors, max colors, that is 440 colors each time. And thread cards as well, whatever system you're doing, bobbins or whatever, you need to multiply you know, numbers of all accessories as well. So it just seems like a lot of work. And to be honest, after switching, having my master set, I have not had any side effects, any, you know, issues. Literally, I just pick up the threads, whichever, you know, whatever thread I'm stitching with, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Sit down, have the chart, and start stitching. Hi, Mandy. Heather says, I only have 2 projects. Oh, Alien, Heather. And she says, that's enough for me. I'm doing Long Dog, Pandemic, and Ivy Witch at full coverage. Okay, so 1 sampler, that's Long Dog, and full coverage. But Heather, have you been tempted to stitch maybe something else? I'm sure you come across a lot of beautiful charts, you know? Have you ever thought, well, that's kind of nice. Maybe I'd like to stitch that one. It happens to all of us. All right, let me find my spot here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this bit is a little bit tricky, because the colors are so faint. So some of them, I can't even tell whether they're stitched or not. 1, 2, 3, okay. And I've got this one. Is that correct? Yes. I'm veering into a little bit of air stitching. Yes, Lucy says, just fudge away. Fudge like you never fudged before. Exactly. I mean, if it was Maggie, for instance, Maggie the messmaker, that type of chart, I probably would not fudge, because every single stitch, they're kind of a lot more clearly defined. If you stitch 1 stitch off, it's a little bit noticeable, you know. But other than that, with most charts, to be honest, you can fudge if you're happy fudging. If there are a lot of stitches, then maybe you shouldn't fudge. But if it's just 1 or 2, to be honest, no one's going to notice. All right, so this one is done as well. Lovely. Five, 4, 3. Going back. Ms. says the retreats are what you want to stitch, and there's a lot of sharing projects with others, lots of things to buy. Everyone works a little bit of everything, full coverage, and too littles and holidays. So that's nice. So everybody's working on different type of projects. Yeah, I can see that. And also the shopping is probably one of the highlights as well. You know, imagine they just have a lot of like a little market of craft related stuff. It's very dangerous. All right, I'm gonna start filling this part of the chart as well. Let me. One stitch. Okay, this stitch is super, it's got to be really important, just one stitch here. And there are a couple of them over here. I'll probably take the thread over as well. Okay, 642. 642, I bet is super important. Lynn says, Yogi, even the kettle are struggling. So I got the hose pipe on them and they went mad and loved it. They have shelter, but they don't go in. So what kind of animals do you have there, Lynn? I know you have horses. What else have you got? Have you got like cows? And what else do people keep in farms? Maybe cows? Do you have chickens? Or sheep? Yes, I bet they're probably suffering as well because it's so different from the normal temperature. Sola says there are all kinds of retreats, Yogi. I've seen Chatelaine, Bella, Filipina, Nora, Corbett, and list goes on. I'm surprised there isn't a Aimee Stewart retreat just yet. Because Aimee Stewart, if you stitch Aimee Stewart, essentially you stitch full coverage, right? Because Aimee Stewart patterns are full coverage patterns. Just one stitch. There you go. Six, 4, 3. Is it 6, 4, 2? Jeanine, hello. Yes, little cake shop. I'm stitching cakes, okay. Oh, hang on. There are 2 more stitches I want to do. 6, 4, 2. Because they're just loose stitches here. One of the 2. Okay. 2. Another one over there. Okay. 2. Just 3 stitches. So I'm gonna. It's a little bit tricky because the stitches are everywhere. And what are you stitching today, Janine? Brandy says, I'm the only person I personally know who cross stitches. I got into doing it because someone was given a little tiny pattern kit and I didn't want it and gave it to me. Oh, it was fate. Yes. And Brandy says, I got bored one day and did it. Yes, a lot of times we discover our new hobbies this way. Just chance. You know, someone give you something or you're bored one day and decide to try something and you know, end up loving it. I think I can't remember when I first started cross-stitching, but prior to full coverage, cross-stitching just one of those things I did, you know, occasionally. I have small kits, you know, that I bought throughout the years. Even before Maggie, I had little ones, then I kind of just, one of the things I kind of go, circle, kind of just do from time to time, just like few other different hobbies as well. Sometimes I dabble a little bit of sewing projects, making little bags, that kind of stuff. So cross-stitching at that point was just one of the things I enjoyed doing from time to time. So I never really thought about whether I loved cross-stitching or not. And clearly I enjoyed it, so I did it. But that kind of cross-stitching was very different. Tiny little piece with a motif or something, you stitch like a shoe or something, or a cake, something like that. So, I didn't even know this type of stitching actually existed. So I was quite shocked when I found it. I was thinking, why? Why are you doing tiny little stitches? What are you doing to yourself? Because before, prior to that, I was doing 14 counts, maybe up to Maggie was 18 counts. That was the highest fabric count that I was doing. 642. So you're not alone. Not many people actually even aware of this type of stitching. Oh, I see another single stitch coming up, and there's a few over there as well. So 3013, 3013. And 3013, and there's just something about full coverage. I think it's the fact that you get to build a picture, some of them pixel perfect. It's a very different type of images comparing to if you were stitching samplers, for instance, which I enjoy from time to time as well. But also the intricacy of stitching, pieces like this. You really need to dig deep into how you do it, and it becomes a challenge, and it's great fun as well. I started off by trying to find a solution on how to stitch this type of projects, because I was struggling quite a lot, and then I realized there is such a thing as parking method, or even just stitching method in general. Because, prior to this type of project, I was just stitching, one stitch at a time. I wasn't thinking about it, like, what kind of method this is, or whatever it is. I didn't even know, that was even the thing. And so with this type of project, it's like the entire learning experience, isn't it? And I think a lot of stitchers love that process. Okay, just one stitch here, and I'm going to end it and move over. There are a few more stitches there. I'm not going to take my thread over. Oh, there are a few here actually, so I think I'm probably going to fill them in if I can find them at all. It's a little bit tricky. Heather says, I have so many patterns I will need to live for 500 years, 500 years old to finish them. But Heather, didn't you say you've only got 2 projects ongoing, right? But you have so many patterns. So that's Heather's got so many patterns, but, not stitching them all. I wouldn't be able to resist. Hey, Lizzie. Yes, Lizzie fancies a little bit of fudging. Me too. Within reason. Sometimes even I wouldn't want to do it. if I felt like it's very noticeable, then I wouldn't do it. But sometimes it's perfectly okay. Do I have one more stitch underneath? Hang on. I'm going to fudge this one because I think this one has not been stitched. Right? This one is unstitched, right? But it's marked on my chart. Travis says, Marek says, hi, Yogi. Oh, Marek. Hello, Marek. Oh, here's my Pokemon here, Marek. And your dad's favorite, one of the favorite characters. It's so cute, isn't it? And Marek, I hope you're being a good boy, you know? Elisa says, for all my webs, I still probably have 5 times in the kits and patterns in stash. I think that's, you're not alone. You're not alone. I'm probably one of the few, you know me by now. You know that I'm a great supporter of starting new projects. But for myself, I think I'm relatively measured. So I don't buy patterns unless I intend to stitch it. So I don't collect them. You know, you can give me free charts. If I don't intend to stitch it, it's worthless to me, unfortunately. So I don't collect them. And if I buy charts, I may not stitch them immediately, but in my mind, I know that at some point I am going to maybe stitch them. So I don't have a huge number of charts. Suzanne says, I'm pretty sure there's a London retreat. Oh, I'm sure there are probably quite a few. Stitching is quite popular in this country, so I'm sure there are retreats everywhere. Probably just need to look them up. I just never really looked into it. And I'm sure there are probably some, meetup. I don't know, people still do meetup. A lot of hobby groups on meetup. So they're not local, but, you know, they're probably all, there's some London-based ones as well. But I think it's just a matter of seeking them out. 1, 2, here. Amanda says there was a Michelle, from Heaven and Earth, and Aimee Stewart retreat. Not sure it's already happened, still in the future. Are you talking about the cruise? If you're talking about the cruise, I don't think it's happened yet. I heard about it a while ago. I think Aimee Stewart she was going to be on a cruise as well. And I don't know whether I'm not even sure if she stitches. Does she cross stitch? I think she just creates artwork for jigsaw puzzles and cross stitching. I'm not even sure if she stitches. But she's going to be on a cruise. I don't think it's happening till next year, maybe. I think Brittany's going. But not sort of online, regular retreats that I'm not aware of that they do that. I can't find this stitch. Where are you? Here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Green. So this one has been stitched in a different color. It's quite okay. No one will notice. No one will notice. All right, 3013. 3013. Janine says waiting for hubby to get done with work, then to drive home. Oh, so you're not home yet? Yes. Oh, Janine's having a really tough week at work. Yes, what you need is a nice spot of stitching with Yogi. It will sort you out. All right, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to have a look at this area. I'm going to have a look at what point this little mountain of little puffs starts. Okay, then I'm going to come over and do a little bit around here. Um, 778, 778. It's a pink. Lizzie says my sister, who normally knits, actually cross-stitched today. What type of project has she done? Have you managed to get her to do full coverage? Well, it's nice to have a sister that you can hang out with. I'm the only girl in the family. No sisters. So I don't know what it feels like to have someone that maybe can stitch with you. Brandy says I'm autistic and have ADHD. Something about full coverage cross stitch, especially doing these methods like diagonal and royal rolls, hits a secret sweet spot in my mind. Really? So if you're autistic, because there's a really wide spectrum with autistic, there's a wide range of it, and there's ADHD as well. What are the ADHD signs? Because there seem to be a lot of people that have it, but I don't know what makes one think that that they're ADHD. But that's very interesting. Maybe because it's you have certain control over it. It's not totally random. I mean, the chart itself, the symbols are random, but you have a lot of control in terms of how you want to stitch it. Maybe maybe that's her attraction. I think for me, it's a little bit like meditation. So I can't really sit there and meditate. You know, I find it quite hard, even as a yoga teacher. And but there's certain activities. Yoga itself, yes, when I'm doing it, I feel like I'm doing meditation, but also running as well. I was really drawn to running for a long time. It's like meditation, and also, you know, it's very uplifting for me. And what else did I find? Recently, I started drawing a lot, and I find that quite meditative as well, because you're so focused on doing what you're doing, and time just flies by. And it's very therapeutic for the mind as well. You know, being able to focus is a great thing. I think the mind likes it, but it's not always easy to do. And stitching, definitely, for me as well. It kind of calms the mind, because you have to have, I would say you need to have certain focus, but it's not taxing for the brain. Well, if it's super confetti, it can be taxing, but otherwise, it's kind of just something that you can keep going. You can focus, but not, you know, not too much, not overwhelming. 778. And I bet some people probably find it very difficult to stitch like this, because their mind is just not suitable to do it for whatever reason. I'm sure that happens as well. Alisa says, Yogi, I intend to stitch them more, but I realize they might not be realistic anymore. But at least 80% of them. You know, you don't have to finish them. Who says about finishing, right? We're specializing in starting. Ah, that's what I said, Alisa. Yes, Alisa says I have ADHD too. I agree. The structure of certain stitching method helps me stay focused and reduce anxiety. Yes, that was kind of what I was trying to express. It's kind of the focus, because sometimes you think focus requires a lot of brain power. It's exhausting, but certain, you know, activities allows you to be in one place, kind of be present. I think that's the word, rather than focus. It's kind of allowing you to be like here and now, just doing this, because our minds tends to want to move ahead and think about something else, getting distracted. And I certainly get distracted quite a lot, you know. And so I think having an activity, primarily it has to be enjoyable. It has to be enjoyable, and you know, it keeps your mind in one place, and it's quite quite nice to when that happens. Three 326 3326. Oh, quite a few stitches. Wonderful. I can stitch a little bit with this one. Heather says, I buy charts that I love when they're available. I was afraid they will be discontinued. Some charts do, right? Yes, I agree. If you love a chart so much, you know, get it and just keep it there, so you know that you're not gonna lose out. Clara says someone from the group was signed up to go to the Aimee Stewart cruise, but due to financial reasons had to cancel. Are you talking about Brittany? I knew Brittany was trying to save up to go. I don't know whether she's bought the ticket already. I don't know when the deadline is. It's not happening till next year. Yes, it's quite expensive actually. I can't remember how much. Someone posted it in a group. And yeah, I think cruises by default can be expensive. And I think, you know, with Aimee Stewart and being retreat, it's probably a little bit more. Hi, Monique. How are you today? Solar says I'm also ADHD. It's mostly marked by being highly distractible. I've gotten worse as I got older. When I get to work in office, it was murder on my performance. Yes, I think if you work in office, not being able to focus can be a problem. So does that mean that you get diagnosed, or you just think that maybe you're ADHD? I don't know what kind of symptoms necessarily, other than being distracted. I can get distracted quite easily as well, but I kind of learned to work with it. So instead of trying to force myself to do one thing, you know, for a period of time, I allow myself to be distracted, if you know what I mean, in a structured kind of way. So I allow myself to do 3 things or maybe 5 things at a time and not to feel guilty about it. So, you know, for instance, I could be sitting there watching something on YouTube and then realize I have some sequences to do for my classes. So I'll open my docs, my notepads, and Google Docs and start constructing the sequences. And then I remember that I have to order something from Amazon. So I go on Amazon and browse something. And then lo and behold, I need to do a little bit of laundry or something. There's sequences of things that sometimes kind of just pop into my mind. And I try not to force myself to go, well, I need to finish this in order to do the next thing. I think, you know, I went through a period that if I get distracted and try to do something else, I feel bad about it. I feel like there's something inadequate about me, that I can't even focus to do one thing, get it done, and then move on to another one. So I kind of learned to play, you know, work with my mind. And it's been working well, because I think the problem of being distracted is that if you cannot get things done, I think that would be a deal breaker, you know, then you have to do something about it. But if you can still get things done, oh, I just stitched in a totally, where am I exactly? Why do I have, I think I'm just stitching the totally wrong location. I think that's what I did. Hang on, where am I? Oh, okay. I just looked at totally wrong spot and start stitching. No, I'm good. I'm gonna come over here. So I kind of just allow my mind to wander within reason. So and it's worked well, and I know it's working well because I get things done. So it's not like, you know, everything's unfinished. Other than my webs, okay? My webs are, they were unfinished. What are you talking about? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think there are ways you could work with whatever It is. But there are times I can be totally focused. Just like I said, sometimes when I'm stitching, when I'm focusing, I can be there totally. Or if I'm drawing, I can just literally, I don't want to sleep. I don't want to eat. I just want to, you know, do what I'm doing. And that's nice. That's pretty nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that stitch. Okay. Fudge time. Fudge time. It's okay. Brandy says my autistic traits clash with my ADHD. Sometimes, let me read it properly. So I have always been a hot mess from birth. Oh, I bet you're not, Brandy. And she says sometimes about having set clear instructions. That doesn't require me to think or struggle. Right, so you're looking for clear directions, clear sort of method that you can follow. So I'm guessing, Brandy, you probably would not like Gemma's method, because Gemma's method, they're top level rules, but a lot of interpretation you have to make. Like color flow, I don't think you would you probably won't like that much. That's really interesting. Okay, I think I run out of thread here. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna just leave it here. Lynn says, Yogi, I have unpicking syndrome. So I have 3 cows. We have unpicking syndrome. What does that mean? And Lynn says we have 6 cows, 1 horse, 6 chickens. Oh, how lovely. 6 cows, 1 horse. So that's the offending horse, is it? Is it Molly? Oh, naughty Molly. And 1 horse, 6 cows, and 6 chickens. That's lovely. That's really nice. Elisa says, stitching is my meditation. I can let my mind just work how it works without having to force being how people expect. Yes, that's nice. Yes, because, you shouldn't put any pressure with your hobby. That's why I'm under no pressure to finish anything or do any number of stitches. If it's 30 stitches a day, that's it. And if it's 300, I'm happy too. But, I'm stitching for fun, All right, next one, 3733. A lot of pinks. I love it. 3733. 3733. Where are you? Oh, it's a lovely pink. Hello, Needles. Needles says, hi, everyone. I was stitching earlier and now getting ready to go to a birthday party. How lovely. Not yours, is it? Needle just had the birthday recently. And enjoy it. Wonderful. Brandy says, I was diagnosed ADHD, I presume, and I was high functioning. Oh, maybe you were referring to being autistic. Yes, there's a wide range, and all the autistic symptoms are, well, not symptoms, but manifestations are different, and it varies quite a lot. And Brandy says, I was high functioning because I mask those around me. So my doctors took a bit to realize what was going on. Right, so you were trying to kind of pass yourself as not being autistic or whatever that means. And I think people probably instinctively do that, right? Because nobody wants to kind of be different in that way. You know, if you process information in a different way that is different from your peers, you probably try to kind of hide that a little bit. Yes. Because they're different ones. I have seen videos of people being autistic. They don't speak. There are some non-speaking ones as well. So it varies quite a lot. So high functioning probably means that you, majority of the times, you can just, you know, blend in, do whatever it is. But, you know, obviously still a little bit different. And Alisa says, you get tested for ADHD. It's hard because a lot of traits normal people have to an extent are just worse and harder to control. Yes, because if you talk about, if you tell people I'm just, you know, distracted easily, majority of people probably just go, well, you just need to be more disciplined and just learn to focus, right? I think, you know, particularly your parents will probably tell you that. But I think it's probably different, right? I don't think I'm ADHD, but definitely I do have this thing about focusing. I think it's about, how do I put it? There are few activities, like I said, like stitching is one of them. I can focus, or doing things I intensely love, I can focus. But anywhere that's outside that range, just day-to-day stuff, I do get distracted quite a lot. So it's probably, you know, the level of interest of that activities probably has a lot. I have to be deeply interested to be able to focus fully. I think that's probably, you know, a good way to put it. So there are occasions that I can focus. It's just, it takes very specific type of activities for me to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Amanda says in the US, you get diagnosed. ADHD is characterized by impulsivity. Oh, okay. Distractibility, processing disorders. What does that mean? Ability to hyperfocus. Okay. Sleep disorders, object impermanence. What does that mean? As well as other things. Right. So they're clear traits that you can identify, and they probably have some sort of a scoring system, I bet. So they're probably levels of severity, or whatever you call it. So being impulsive is one of them. That's very interesting. Yes, I think, you know, being autistic is very diverse. I bet it's probably the same as ADHD as well. And I think a lot of kids, maybe they're suffering from some form of ADHD. They're being labeled just being, you know, bad students, right? Because they're not able to focus in classes. They don't do well for exams. and they ended up, having a terrible time in school. Sola says, when I work from home, I got very high performance evaluation from my boss. I bet you do. I bet you do. But I think not being focused, that's kind of a universal thing, right? And so the question will be, at what point it becomes a condition? Brandy says, I have periods of hyper-focus where I will only eat one type of food for a few months until it becomes instantly hated. And I find myself on another food, some type of focus on subject. That's fascinating. So we're not just talking about things, we're talking about food we eat as well. So does that mean, so when you eat that food of choice, do you enjoy it? Does it taste, really, really good, and that's why you want it? What would be the driving force? One. Sometimes I have food like I'm happy to eat every day for a period of time, but normally it's driven by the fact either I just really enjoy eating it, or some sort of, sometimes like recently been craving for bananas, for instance. It's much better now. Now I can take it or leave it. I don't particularly crave for bananas that much, but for about a couple months, my goodness, I ate so many bananas. And I don't know why that is. It could be some sort of deficiency in terms of nutrient. I have no idea. But it's gradually going away. Right, so working from home is easier when you have ADHD. I think it's because you have more control over your environment and you're not being judged. So imagine if you're at work and you're kind of fidgeting around, you can't focus. Instantly, you're going to be labeled as, maybe not being distracted and stuff like that. But from work, you have a lot more freedom and flexibility in terms of how you choose to focus. I can totally see that. Right, Brandy, that is so interesting. Everything you mentioned so far in terms of the conditions or traits. Brandy says, I spent a whole year hyper-focused on natural disasters. Everything I read, watched, and thought about was tornadoes. You and, Lona will, probably should meet up. And tornadoes, floods, earthquakes, volcanoes. So you focus on those topics. Is it because you're worried? Is it out of anxiety that you need to find out? That is so interesting. Because sometimes you look into a subject because you're just deeply interested. And sometimes you do it out of anxiety, out of worries. So you need to find out more about it. That's very interesting. Oh, they give you medicines. medications for ADHD. Is that a good idea? Elisa says, I have elevated heart rate and we can't get it under control, so I can't take ADHD meds. Is that a good idea to take medication? What does that do for you with the medication? Does it help you to focus? I'm not sure. That's a very good idea. Maybe I'm just, sort of skeptical about medication. A lot of, medications for, not for physical conditions, but for mind conditions, when people start to medicate, trying to treat mind disorders, if you can call it disorders, I don't know. Laura, hello. Great to see you. What are you stitching today? Susan, hello. Yes, late operation. Hi, Susan, are you well? Are you hot? Yes, it's okay. Susan's got ice lollies in the fridge. I hope you're well. Amanda says, Yogi, that's called hyperfocus, and a huge part of ADHD for many. Right. So it's quite extreme, isn't it? So on one end, the symptoms, well, if you can call it, the traits will be not being able to focus, right? Lack of focus, being distracted easily. But on the other hand, you could hyper-focus on something to the point of being, kind of taking normal interest. I didn't know that. I was aware that you can get distracted. That's kind of my understanding or impression when people say they're ADHD. But I didn't know that you can be so focused on something that's, kind of out of ordinary. Hyper-focus. Gayla, hello. Happy weekend. Yes, the weekend starts here. Sola says in the 60s, when I was growing up, there was no such term for ADHD. They blame you for not being able to focus because ADHD causes you can't get caught up in distraction, therefore you're just not trying. I think, yes, they think a lot of students, a lot of kids are being labeled as bad students, just not too lazy to study, etc. Quite a lot of them probably suffering from, well, maybe not all of them, maybe some of them are just lazy, who knows? But I think a lot of them probably just having difficulties coping with the school system, because it's not for everybody. Not everybody's made for that kind of system. But that's the problem with school, is that it's designed to be one way but not suitable for everybody. So if you don't fit into that system for whatever reason, you're being labeled as, not good. Amanda says, object impermanence is basically forgetting about something as soon as you can't see it. Really? Like short memory. And Amanda says, so put the markers in a closet. You will basically forget you even have them until you reminded. But I think a lot of people probably have that from time to time, including myself. I'm sure there will be occasions. I think it's probably the frequency, right? If that happens all the time, then that's a little bit worrying. If you simply just cannot remember what you just did. So that's to do with memory, or is it to do with distraction? You're so distracted that you cannot remember that you have done something. Or are we talking about literally just short memory? And you know, I saw this documentary. I think it's a Japanese lady. She's got a memory that will only last for 7 seconds. If you look up YouTube, you can probably find it. I think it's old documentaries, so I don't know how the lady is doing now. She's got, I think she's got some sort of accident or fever. I can't remember. Maybe some sort of illness when she was slightly younger, but she was young adult already. It didn't happen when, you know, and she was still very young in the documentary. She was probably in her early 30s. And I think the memory issues happened for the previous 10 years or something like that. So she was in her teens. She had some sort of illness or accident, I can't remember. And she ended up with only 7 seconds of memory. So they've done the test, and she'll be shown something. And within, you know, seconds, she was asked to recall what she just been shown, you know, items in a box. She could not remember. And so she decided to take notes of everything. So she would walk around with a notebook, and literally, as she's interacting with people, she would be jotting down things, and she would write down, like, I don't know, she would write down time, people, and she would draw pictures, like facial expressions. And she had like tons and tons and piles of notebooks throughout the years. And they're organized by months and then by years. And I don't know. I think writing down is one thing, but the whole point of notebooks is the fact that you go back and refresh your memory, right? But how do you do that when you're writing constantly and then, you know, having so many notebooks? So yeah, she literally just walking around and just writing notes. I think according to the doctors, most people with similar conditions, like very short memories, they literally cannot leave the house. They because they don't know where they're going, what they're doing, and they need assistance pretty much all of the time. But with this lady, because she's writing all the time, she's able to socialize with other people, even though she has to refresh her memory about who is who and what they're doing. But she was able to have a little bit more sort of functioning life. But that's more of a memory issue. That's not because she was distracted. Let me find, where am I? Where am I exactly? 1, 2. Lizzie says, I think everyone has some form or level of autism. What's the definition of autism? If everybody has some sort of form of it. I don't know what defines autism. Brandy says, I only ate mini Slim Jim for 4 months. You mean the only food, or you just eat a lot of those? You ate a lot of those. Does that mean you only ate Slim Jims for 4 months without anything else? And Brandy says, the mere thought of eating anything else made me nauseous. Oh, right. How strange. And she says, one day I woke up, saw watermelon, which I normally cannot handle the texture of, and wanted it. It sounds like maybe someone is pregnant. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yes, how interesting. So you're shifting from one obsession with certain food to another. So it's not driven by like some sort of, nutritional thingy. Where am I? I'm trying to find my spot. Over here. And why does it look different? Yes, the question. Why does it look different from my chart? Okay, I think I found it. Elisa says it's there are levels and different variations of issues. I personally quite severe ADHD. My problem isn't focus general. It's focused on one thing at a time. I do have that as well, but I don't believe I'm ADHD. I think sometimes some people's mind is just built a certain way. And most of the times we can find strategies to work with it. A lot of times we have to trick our own mind to do what we wanted to do. 1, 2. Okay, I've got that one. And then 1, 2. Here. These colors are so subtle. Amanda says it can be a reason, can be very hard for ADHD. People have ADHD to maintain friendships. We lean so we're a problem with processing. So learning challenges or auditory processing disorder is often comorbid. I don't know what that means when you say processing. I'm learning so much today. So why does that affect friendship? Is it because you can't be focused? Or being interested in friendship? I don't know. Do you change your mind a lot? Wow. So Brandy, in the severe cases, it starts to display symptoms almost like depression, isn't it? If you can't be, you can't find motivation to even do daily things like working and cleaning. That sounds a little bit like depression to me. Or maybe it causes depression of some sort because you can't function properly, and a lot of people probably don't even know why if you're not diagnosed. Sola says Elon Musk is autistic. He says he has Asperger syndromes. Yes, I heard about that, but I'm not sure what would kind of a definition of it, because the examples of autism, they vary so much. As I said, some of them I have seen, they can't even speak. They don't talk. And some of them are highly functioning, maybe someone like Elon Musk. So I don't know what will be the sort of, the defining point to say, I think you have autism. So Brandy is happy with medication. So there's no side effect, is it? I think it's wonderful if it works. Laura says, I have a migraine, so I'm working on my Christmas stamp kit, easy on the brain. Yes, definitely. I mean, stitching's supposed to be fun, right? It's not supposed to be taxing for the head. So yes, our migraine is very annoying. Speedy recovery. And drink lots of water as well. Sometimes, I'm not saying that's a reason necessarily, but sometimes dehydration can give you headaches. So, and speaking of dehydration, I'm going to take a sip of my water. Not just the coffee, because the coffee can be dehydrating, right? So I have a big bottle of water here. Oh, how nice. Wonderful. Because sometimes you you take a drink when you're thirsty, but by the time that you can feel the thirst, your body is dehydrated. So it's a good habit to just drink from time to time. All right, I'm gonna park it here without wandering too far. I was starting to get lost with all the stitches. And is it Laurel? Laurel Brown says, hi, Yogi and friends, and hello to you. Amanda says, ADHD medicines increase dopamine. Oh. And something else in the brain. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it at this time. And so it's lacking in most people with ADHD. It means it can help with impulsivity, being able to focus better. Interesting. I heard someone else, a doctor, or maybe some sort of expert, saying dopamine is actually not great for us because it's a high, isn't it, dopamine? And sometimes it can be positive. For instance, if you run and you get runner's high, that's a form of dopamine when the body's releasing that sort of, really uplifting feeling that kind of gets you addicted to whatever you're doing. So on the same token, if dopamine is released when you're doing things that is not good for you, there are things that perhaps we don't want to get addicted to. Dopamine is actually not a great thing to have because it kind of gets you to do more of the things that maybe not very good for you. The body is so interesting, isn't it? The brain is so interesting. All right, I'm going to do this one. 3860. 3860. Brandy says, I stop having, well, so you're probably referring to medication, right? Brandy says, I stop having to think for 20 plus minutes about everything I need to do while on the meds and just got up and did them. Right, interesting. So why would you just sit there and contemplate on what to do rather than doing it? Is it part of the ADHD thing as well? It just seems that the more I hear about the symptoms of ADHD, I understand less, I feel like. Because my impression, my very shallow understanding was that, you just have a severe form of lack of focus or, inability to focus. But sounds like there's so much more. You've got, hyper focus as well. And you have short memories for whatever reason. And then, you have this kind of inability to act spontaneously, or my interpretation of it. It's very complex. Yes, Brandy, I bet you probably feel totally out of place, right? Brandy says, I'm the youngest of 7 kids and the only one who had ADHD and autism. I was weird compared to others. I bet, I bet. So it's probably not genetic. Can you get it because your parents or some sort of genes? So it's not genetic thing. If you have 7 kids, you're the only one that's got it. And I think particularly when you're young, you're probably so confused. You just don't know what's happening. I think I've got a couple of stitches here. They're slightly iffy. They're different from what is on the chart. But I'm going to just leave them and maybe stitch over them when it comes the time. 1, 2, okay. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, 4. I'm going to stitch over this pink stitch. It's fudgeable. Clara. Clara says, like your floss, that's missing. They are missing, Clara. I'm not imagining it. They haven't disappeared because I can't focus. Clara, be fair. And, I haven't lost them because I have short memories. Because my little cave is only this size. And I looked everywhere, including the drawers, the bins. I still have not found them. It's a mystery. There's no way I would have just thrown them away. Because even if I throw them in the bin, I would have found them. Because I looked into my bin as well. Clara, have mercy on Yogi. All right, this one I am going to end it. Elisa says, I have 98% long-term memory and a short-term memory of a goldfish. So does that mean that you can remember most things, but certain things you just can't? I wonder if it's to do with interest. Because I think, if you're interested in something, you can probably focus more. I don't know. But the interesting thing about this documentary I was talking about with this lady with 7-second memory, because I was trying to figure out what things she's able to remember and not remember. So anything, for instance, if she goes out and meets someone and have a certain conversation, within 7 seconds, she cannot remember who this person in front of her is. So no memories. And the other person will have to remind her why they're standing there talking to each other. Okay, 7 seconds is not a long time. But she's able to remember words, language. She has not lost the ability to speak. And I like to think she knows who her mom is, because she was living with her mom, probably to, tend to her as well. I'm not getting the impression that she didn't know who her mom is. So maybe her memory up to the point of illness, she's able to maintain. Anything beyond that, anything new from that point, she cannot remember. I don't know. Because she remembers what things are. She knows this is a telephone. She knows this is a chair. It's not like you have to relearn those things. So she has not lost everything. Maybe just new memory that she's not able to retain. I mean, brain is so tricky, isn't it? Brandy says ADHD and autism are neurodivergent. Our brains work differently, so everyone can have some traits. But unless your brain physically works differently, you can't diagnose with them. Yes, I wonder if it's diagnosed as a illness. I suppose if you medicate the condition, you probably categorize it not just as a a kind of a condition, because some conditions can be just that, you know, it's not an illness that has to be treated. I wonder which category ADHD is in, because as you said, if it's normal for people's brain to work differently, then it's not, you know, it's just different. It's not an illness, if you know what I mean. Lizzie says there was a film that dealt with memory loss due to accident. They gave it a fake name. It's called 50 First Dates. Oh, interesting. I'm going to look it up, because I'm interested in those type of documentaries. I remember watching another one as well. That one was quite sad. It was a guy who used to be, I think, a musician, maybe a piano player. I cannot remember, or maybe a professor. I can't remember. And I think due to illnesses or accident, he lost. He's got very short memory as well. Maybe similar to the 7-second lady. All right, next one I'm going to be stitching is 224. 224. And but this gentleman, he literally cannot remember who his wife was. So the wife, every time the wife comes to see him, he just looked at this lady and smiled. So in his brain, he remembers this lady as friendly and maybe somewhat familiar. But every time the wife had to introduce herself to her own husband. That's a little bit sad. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Clara says, my son back in the early 90s was diagnosed with ADHD. The doctor put high on Ritalin, which could calm him down to help him focus on his tasks. Right. So the medication is helping with the focus. So maybe they can, you know, hold a job and still functioning relatively well. I don't want to use the word normal, but wow, a lot of people actually know of or have ADHD themselves. Heather says, my granddaughter has ADHD, and before getting medication, she will get so engrossed in a book or project that she will forget to eat and sleep. That's a little bit like me. You know, when I'm focusing on something that I really want to do, I don't have enough time in a day to do it. And I resent the fact that I feel hungry. If I feel hungry, I literally just, you know, I feel so resentful, and I don't want to sleep because it's such a time-wasting activity. I get like that as well. But I think my dad was like that as well. So I just learned that. I kind of, you know, think about that as a positive thing, because, you know, that kind of obsession can lead you to do a lot of things. But I can see it's probably not very healthy. You shouldn't feel resentful if you're hungry. You should just go eat. But literally, I just, you know, I just go, why? Why do I have to deal with, you know, things like this, like eating? Hi, Chrissy. Hello. Great to see you. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind with, hang on. Let me try to catch up here. But there's so many interesting comments. I don't want to miss them. So I'm kind of going through them. Brandy says, I have other physical ADHD traits as well. I'm hypermobile. What? So you're more likely to be hypermobile if you're ADHD. Why? Because I talked about this before. As a yoga teacher, I'm always slightly worried when I come across hypermobile students because I don't know what to do with them. It's very tricky, because they register poses, in terms of what they do with the body differently from everyone else. Most people, they struggle with being, a little bit stiff. They're not able to go as far as they would like to. They want to be more flexible. But hypermobile, I have seen a few in my classes. They literally, their body just they don't know where to stop. Because normally, if we engage a certain part of the body in the posture, there's a natural break. The body will tell you, okay, this is it. You have stretched enough. They don't. Their arms and legs literally just go wherever, and there's no stopping. And they're not really feeling the engagement either, because I have students literally have her legs like split, in a split, and she's like going, hey, am I doing something wrong? Because I can't feel anything. I don't feel the stretch. And I've been thinking, darling, your legs are in straight line there. There's nowhere else to go with that. And if you're not feeling it, I don't know what to say to you. Because I'm flexible, but when I'm stretching, I can feel everything. Even when your body is flexible, you can feel it. You can feel engagement. But I think when you're hypermobile, you can't. Not as acute. But why would ADHD make you hypermobile? So let's say processing means the way you interpret the world around you. So if you have ADHD, you just process the world differently. Well, that can be said with every individual, isn't it? We all somehow interpret the world differently. Wow, so hypermobility is part of ADHD. Why though? Why would it be like that? One, two. Mandy says, my son was diagnosed with autism at the age of 5. He's now 18. High functioning autistic and just being treated for ADHD. He has a long list of both traits. He gets very conflicting thoughts in his brain. Wow. So high functioning probably means that they can, continue to function somehow in a way that's expected, but still suffering from those traits. And Mandy says he needs to be reminded to eat, drink, shower, and all the normal things we take for granted. So he has awful memory issues. So, right, so they will eat something and not remember? Really? ADHD? Oh, autism, sorry, it's autism. Yes, I think that's probably totally different. Wow. So eating and drinking should be part of the instinct. The body knows if you're hungry. Is part, you just instinctively know. So if you, some autistic sufferers, they literally do not have those signals, because we don't need to be told to eat or drink. We you know, it's driven by biology. Laura says, I will never get a runner's high, so no chance of being addicted to running. Laura, have you tried? I was, oh my God, as high as a kite most of the times. Probably that was mostly why I run so much and then eventually got injured. Because when you are having the high, the great thing is it makes you want to do more. So in a way, because it's a sport, it's an exercise, we kind of perceive that as a positive thing. But the problem is, you know what happens when you're having runner's high? You have no pain. And pain, we don't want pain, but pain is your body's signal to tell you to stop doing something. It's a warning sign, isn't it? So when you cannot feel pain, you have problems. You just keep doing it, because when you're high, runner's high, and I got quite a lot of it. Some runners, they never experience it. So when I was talking about it, they thought I was, you know, I was losing my mind. But runner's high, literally, you feel invincible. I remember I was trying to do a training. I did a half marathon in my own time, not in a race. And I just picked one weekend. And just started running. I was getting so high, I could not feel my toes, and I was hallucinating. Luckily, I was running in the park. Okay, I was hallucinating. I was convinced my shoes were opening up, and I could see my toes. But I kept running because I didn't want to stop. I just thought, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna pull through. My shoes are falling off me, but I'm gonna just keep running. And I kept running, and I did my half marathon, okay? And when I finally sat down, I thought, oh my God, I have to buy another pair of shoes. And I hope my toes are okay. And I looked down to my shoes. They were fine. I can tell you as clear as day, I saw my toes poking out of my shoes as I was running, because I was looking down, right? And I realized I was hallucinating. But it was a great run. Laura, you should give it a go. But the problem is, because you don't feel pain and you feel invincible, you can get injured. And I think eventually I did. My right knee was totally messed up. So I had to stop running. But I do have a tendency to get addicted to a lot of things. So I have to be very mindful with, you know, what I choose to do, what I choose to focus my mind on. I'm just making sure they're good things, not things that's going to get me in trouble. So let's say it's the reason why you would think everything you have to do is because your mind keeps switching subjects, like TV channels, changing channels. Yes, I get a little bit of that. I have no idea if I'm ADHD, but I don't think so. But you know, I don't know. My life is functioning okay, so you know, I'm not going to worry too much about it. But yes, I do get that as well. Is that constantly, you know, just flipping through different thoughts, and you feel like every single thing that you think of, you have to do it like now. So you end up doing five things at a time. Amanda says there is a genetic component for both ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. My kids have 3 in 5 chances of having them because of the prevalence in family, but you can also have rise. So maybe there's a genetic component to it. But you could, you know, have just one person in a large family with that condition. This is probably a little bit of a lottery ticket. Clara says, no, Yogi, it just meant that you weren't focusing where you put that floss. Sometimes they will reappear. I think they will. I'm just surprised they haven't, because my room is not big. And I do have the strange confidence, which I probably shouldn't have, that, you know, if I want to place an object somewhere for later use, and when I place it in a certain location, I am so confident I am going to remember exactly where it is. You know, I was thinking, I'm so cunning. This is a great spot to put this item, and I will remember, and I will come back, no problem. And then there will be a next object, and I'll do the same. I'll go, well, I just pop it here, and I would definitely remember when I come back. And then I don't remember. So yes, that could happen. But I'm just surprised that they have not surfaced just yet. Where are they exactly? I need my number 19, seriously. Is it chocolate time? Yes. Oh my God, I'm way past chocolate time. Sorry. I'm just going through the chat. And we could have a spot of chocolate. Let me finish these 3 stitches, maybe 4 stitches, so I don't get lost. Because when I come back, I will not remember what I was doing before that. Just 2 more stitches, and we can have a bit of chocolate. And this is 224. I'm going to just do this one and take a little break. Two, 2, 4. All right then, let's take a little break here. So this is that little glass dome there. And it's not looking like anything right now, but it will. And I love this. It's beautiful. Let me zoom out a little bit. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love it. Right, chocolate time. Today I run out of my buttons, but I have this Lindt 85% chocolate. It's gorgeous, actually. It's really nice. So this is what I'm going to be having today. Robust dark. Okay, it's official. And let me know what were you snacking? Oh, Lizzie says, Yogi, 50 First Dates is not a documentary. It's a fictional romantic comedy. Oh, right. Starring Adam Sandler, Drew Barrymore. Right. And what's that to do with ADHD then? Why are we talking about a comedy? I'm sure it's a fine comedy, okay? Yes, I love the tinfoil. This is my favorite part of the chocolate. So wonderful. This is Lindt 85% dark chocolate. Listen to this, okay? Oh, I try not to stain my fabric. Cheers. It's a big chunk, big chunk. Lisa says, unfortunately, society has not been set up to work well with people that are introverted or with ADHD. I think that's kind of how a society works, isn't it? We're looking for commonalities, and somewhere we want things to be predictable. So when people have slightly different kind of way of thinking or conditions, it's kind of out of the norm. But I think it's also lack of understanding as well. Like somebody said, ADHD was not diagnosed or even recognized for a long time. Even now, I bet if you go on the internet, someone will tell you that ADHD does not exist, right? A lot of, mind conditions, because they cannot be measured with, blood pressures or whatever it is, or heartbeat, whatever. People feel that maybe it's not real. Jojo says, last fall, I was on the receiving end of a car accident. Oh dear, Jojo. Resulting in severe concussion. I kept a journal every day. I will forget what I was saying before I finished sentence. Slowly improving. Oh my God. Yes. And Jojo is fully recovered, I'm sure. But that must be so scary, because not being able to remember things will probably make the world a very dangerous place, because literally, you don't know what you have done, or maybe important things you need to be mindful about. Oh, wow. And I'm so glad Jojo is definitely much better now. Oh, I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to stain my fabric with the chocolate. It's so warm, so the chocolate instantly melts everywhere. Sola is having German chocolate cake. And Elisa is having a, what? Ghirardelli, 72% cacao. Oh, chocolate, you mean? That sounds very exotic. 72 is a sweet spot. Anything above 70, I love. Maybe up to 90. Jojo says, I used to put money somewhere I thought was safe. Last time I moved, I found $500 hidden in curtain rods. What? Yes, what a hiding spot. Well, wonderful. It's full of money everywhere in Jojo's house. How wonderful. It's a treasure hunt. But I think every time I move, luckily, I've not done it for a while. I used to move a lot when I was a student, when I was renting places. And every time I moved, I was just so shocked about how much stuff I've got. Because when you're just living normally, and everything's tucked away, and you think, whoa, it's okay, I only got a few books and, bits and pieces, some clothing. And when you're moving, no, everything pops out. And it's just a shocking amount of stuff. Amanda says, I had physical therapy to reduce my hypermobility, learn not to move everything too far. Yeah, I need to learn more about hypermobility, because I literally, as a yoga teacher, I don't know what to do. And because I can't relate to it, because I had to work quite hard in order to be flexible. Cheers, everyone. And so literally being so flexible without having to do anything is something that I cannot understand it. So it's much harder for me to have the empathy in terms of engaging with what they're up against. Because verbally, I can instruct someone to engage certain part of a body. So for instance, if you come to a forward fold, right, with legs straight, I will instruct the student to soften the knees, because a lot of times when you extend the legs, you kind of stiff the knees, and which can be bad for the knees and also bad for the movement as well. So I can instruct them to soften the knees. Okay, so you have a little bit of give around the joints. But with hypermobile person, I don't know what to say to them, because they don't have that sort of same level of awareness, connection with their body. So, particularly when it comes to range of movements. There's no stopping. It's like a car. There's no brakes. What do? You have to physically put something in front of the car to stop it. And it's not really possible to do in a class, I can't stand there and watch every move they make. So I'm always slightly worried when I see students literally just spread out, I bend forward, backwards, and not having a thought about it. Maybe I need to go on some sort of training course for that. Sola says, I think she means hyperactive when she says hypermobile. What's hyperactive? Hypermobile is when your body is going out of range and has no brakes. What is hyperactive? Is that what you meant, Amanda? Because why would you be hypermobile if you're ADHD? Amanda says, I do not get happy endorphins from exercise. It just makes me angry. It just makes me angry and irritated. It's actually really frustrating. Maybe, Amanda, you have not found the exercise you love. I think sometimes it's about finding something that works for you, because not even yoga, it doesn't work for everybody, right? Some people just do not enjoy it for whatever reason. Try something else. There's so many different activities that one can do. You can do dance. You can do a bit of Zumba. That sounds like fun. A bit of a belly dancing, line dancing. Central Plains Garden. Hello. So brandy means literally hypermobile. The wrists, shoulders, knees, legs, etc. or hypermobile. But do you think that's connected to ADHD? Why would it be? Maybe you just happen to be hypermobile as well. Rachel says, my runner's high is when the discomfort stops. The shortness of breath stops. I literally feel high, invincible, like if you could run and not hurt or out of breath. That's what it's like, Rachel. Yes, that's precisely it. Yes, Rachel's getting the high as well. I can totally, yes, relate to that. That's exactly it. Is when you, because when you start running, doesn't matter how frequently you run. In the beginning, you still need to adjust, stabilize the breath, and get the breath in a good rhythm. And my trick was to have very short breaths in the very beginning, literally a little bit like breath of fire. If you have done yoga, you go, you just breathe really fast, but in a controlled manner. And I find that gets me into the high state a lot faster. I'm talking like an addict, don't I? Because I still miss it. I can't, my right knee doesn't want to play anymore, not with running. But you can tell. I sound like an ex-addict, right? Like recovering addict from runner's high. I crave, I love that. But literally, it's like Rachel described. You feel invincible. And you can just keep going. And that's when people get injured. So, definitely watch out, Rachel. And, but I get it. I get it. It's very addictive. And Rachel says, my runner's high doesn't last long, normally a mile or so, maybe a little more. Yes, there's kind of a wave, but normally, if I get into it, it continues. And, like I said, my half marathon, literally, I can't remember how long it took me, hours, but to the point I was hallucinating, but I felt no pain, absolutely no pain. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. You feel like a superhuman. You can just keep running. You don't feel a thing. But afterwards, I remember I suffered a couple of days with soreness. Laura says, I'll leave the running to Rachel. Yes. I think from, you know, if you have not run regularly, from the point that you start running up to the point that you get to the state that you get the runner's high, it takes a little while. So that part, I think, you know, for most people, it can be make or break, right? If you don't enjoy that process up to that point, and not everybody gets high. I have spoken to a lot of people who have been running for decades. They don't know what I'm talking about. They thought I was making it up. I think a lot of people believe that runner's high is just an expression, like, oh, I really love running. It's like a high. No, it's literally a high, you know. Jojo says, Yogi, I used to put money. Oh, yes, I read it. So let's go to Jojo's house, okay? And just look behind the sofa, under the sofa, you know, around the curtains. We find money. Wonderful. Lizzie says, I mentioned it. Oh, the movie, because it has memory loss. It is context of you talking about 7 seconds. Okay, so the comedy is about someone losing the memory. Okay, maybe I need to watch it at some point. I'm not sure about Adam Sandler, though. I find him, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to watch him. Chrissy's having peanut butter and M&M's. Milk. Wow, very nice. Very comforting. Yes, Alisa, that's a really good idea. Pole dancing. I have done it actually, not professionally. No, I went just for laugh. Well, not really for laugh. It's actually very athletic. I have taken classes, and you know, a pole dancing. My God, it's like no kidding. You have to be so fit to do that, and I'm not great with spinning, so I struggle a little bit. I got motion sickness, but physically it's so much fun, and it takes a lot of strength. I think, you know, pole dancers, they're so fit. It's like gymnast, but I can't cope with the spinning. So I gave up. And see you later, Lizzie, 99. I hope to see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Rachel, yes. Now you're running for 3, okay? And maybe for me as well. No, I don't. My knee doesn't like it. But I'm quite lucky, even though my right knee kind of doesn't like running anymore. I can do, you know, other things. I have no problem with yoga. And I climb stairs. Sometimes I, you know, have that as a personal challenge. In London Underground, and if you've been to London Underground, they have very, very long staircases, like escalators. And I take pride that I never just stand there and allow the, you know, escalators to take me. I always, you know, walk or run upwards. And downwards is very easy, so that doesn't count. So that's part of my daily training. 3326. Oh, back to stitching. It's lovely chocolate, very creamy, and not too sweet. That's wonderful. 3326. Three, 26. Laura says, Yogi, random, but I posted a photo of my daughter's phone background that I think you appreciate. Oh, really? Let's have a look then. What is it? Sounds mysterious. Is it a cat? Let me guess. Oh no, Laura. Okay, it's official. Laura is trying to assassinate Yogi, okay? Closely eyes, guys. I'm going to show you what's on the screen, okay? Laura specifically directed Yogi to have a look, okay? Guys, you're lucky. You're not witnessing a heart attack being taken place live here on Yogi's stream. Oh, Laura, why? Let me show you, okay? Squint, okay? Everybody, it may be a little bit scary, all right? Dun, dun, dun. Look away, look away, look away. Oh no, why? Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to close it. Put it out of my mind. I might need therapy after the live stream, okay? And Laura, you're paying for it. You're paying for it. And I'll be invoicing my, even my camera has gone blur. That was so scary. Laura. Oh dear. Yes, that was very random, Laura. Thank you very much. I nearly had a heart attack. But, you know, luckily the daily yoga practice has kept me alive. Dear, oh dear. See, this is the kind of relationship, slightly dysfunctional, okay? And at the same time, I'm sure they love Yogi, but at the same time, they're trying to kill me. Laura. Oh dear. And I have to question Laura, what's happening with your little girl? She's putting such a background. What is going on with her? You know, what is the situation there? Dear, oh dear. Had to say, so I don't like Adam Sandler either, but I like the movie. And with Adam Sandler, I have to say, I'm not very familiar with him. I'm just find him very dull. So I know he's kind of a comedian, but I just find nothing. Maybe I'm just, you know, not being fair. Maybe he's very funny, but I just find him very, very boring. I don't want to watch him. Rachel says, shameless plug. Plug away, Rachel, go for it. She says that all patterns on the Etsy store are 50% off until July 4th. And Rachel's, let me highlight this, okay? And Rachel's Etsy shop is called Top Bobbin Designs. Oh, Rachel, you're unstoppable, you know. And that's a very kind offer. For the customers, 50% off Rachel's pattern. Sola says, I don't have the patience to stand on the escalator. I won't run up it as well. Yes, I think that's great, isn't it? And it takes, you know, it takes a lot of sort of, it's a good training for the legs as well. And there are times, you know, sometimes if I come back late and I feel tired, sometimes I'll have a moment that I go, well, maybe I'm going to just stand on an escalator today when I go up. But as soon as I see the stairs, I just go, no chance. I'm going to walk and run up and I'm going to do it really fast. I know. It's bad. And I think it's really good training because the stairs are so long. Michelle says, I woke up from a nap to hear a pole dance. The eyeballs. The child is going worry again. Yes, Michelle, that normally happens, okay? Yes, pole dancing is actually very, very, very good and really good fun as well. Highly recommended if you're okay with the spinning. Ginny says, I'm back. Welcome back, Ginny. Oh, Janine has gone to McDonald's today. Hobby wanted junk food. Really? Just the husband? No, not Ginny? No? I still remember, I have not been to McDonald's probably for God knows forever. But I remember the apple pies actually. The burgers, I don't remember much. But I remember the apple pies because it's very unique. It's like fried apple pie. I'm not even sure you can call them apple pies. It's more like an apple pie fritter. And I still remember the taste, actually. Michelle says, Yogi, I'm behind on watching the live streams, but I heard you were designing an Advent chart. Do tell, yes. Did you watch the stream? Was it 2 streams ago? I showed a little bit, okay, a little bit of a teaser. And because I'm designing a chart, an artwork actually, and I'm going to chart it for the Christmas in July, hopefully still in July, not Christmas in August, okay? And I'm planning to stitch that piece. And so I've been working on the artwork. So if you can imagine, there are 25 different elements, okay? And each day you get one item. All right, and I'm going to design, well, I'm doing it actually, a chart that kind of does that. And I'm having so much fun, and but it's very time consuming because I'm hand drawing every single pixel of the chart, and things are changing because sometimes I started with the concept. And then halfway I go, well, this bit needs to change, that bit needs to change. And that happens a lot with, the design process. So I'm not too worried about it. But, it ends up taking a little bit more time. So I've been working on it probably for close to a month now. And hopefully I will be able to finish it sometime in July. And I'll share it with you. I will be charting it as well. So that's what's happening right now. That's why I don't have enough time a day. I wish I had, 48 hours a day minimum. So that's the situation, Michelle. Jeanine says, we're talking about being fit, and I'm eating McDonald's and thinking escalators for me. Well, And I believe kababa. I butchered that one. She says colors are so sweet and relaxing. I know, isn't that so nice, so subtle? It's very colorful, but at the same time very soft, very sort of dreamlike. I love it. Michelle says, I can't wait to see your design, Yogi. So proud of you. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle is such a great supporter. I'm so lucky to have you as a viewer. And definitely, I hope, because I've been drawing all my life, right? But I didn't really have a reason to do it. in such a focus because, I like to do it for a reason. So rather than just creating a piece of artwork and go, oh, that looks nice. Now I have the kind of reason to do it because I want to stitch it. I want to turn it into a chart and hopefully others enjoy as well. So now I have reasons to really dig in and design something. And I love it because I've been doing it for as long as I can remember as a child. So it's kind of gone full circle because the love of stitching is giving me reason to draw again. Michelle says the men seem to like pole dancing. You know what? When I was taking pole dancing classes, men actually were very good at it. Even men who do not dance, or not particularly flexible, because with pole dancing, it requires a lot of upper body strength. Your legs are important as well. But think about it. In order to climb up the poles, you rely on the upper body. And for most women, we have weaker upper body. It's just the way we're built. So unless you train for it, it's a struggle. And I definitely struggle because my legs are very strong, but my arms are not as strong. So I struggle a lot. So generally, men are very good with pole dancing. And a lot of men do pole dancing as, as recreational, not as professional, but, a lot of classes out there you can do. Janine says, I was good and didn't get the apple pie. Why not? What did you get then? Janine says, I can't wait to see the finished product, Yogi. Me too, Janine. It's like every day, every time I go, well, because I have to build a composition as well, the 25 items, okay? Oh, look forward to the 25th day, okay? It's glorious. It's glorious, I promise you. Now I hyped it up. And, but every time I thought I got a composition nailed down, I was suddenly, get an inspiration of something like, oh, I must change this bit. And I just keep changing it. So I need to, pin it down at some point so I can finish it. I want to finish it in July. Michelle says, I also like watching Rachel's developing as a designer. I know, Rachel is starting off as kind of going, I've got a couple of charts here. And lo and behold, she's got a shop full of patterns. Alisa says, Yogi, I'm so glad you found a way to combine your art medium. I know, me too. But things are never planned, are they? It's like, it's so weird, isn't it? It's like with this channel and stitching as well, because I never thought about, doing floss tube or live streaming, never crossed my mind. I just love stitching and I just love watching people stitching. And that kind of takes me to, starting a channel and finding you guys and wanting to stitch, with me. And then from there, kind of evolve into, I don't know. I think, yoga kind of plays a part as well, because it's kind of part of my identity, isn't it? Which it is. And we talk about yoga and stuff like that. So everything kind of coming together. And to be honest, up to, maybe even a few months ago, I didn't really think about starting sort of, creating charts, etc. But watching some of you creating charts, I'm kind of thinking, well, that sounds like fun. Not so much charting itself. I think if I'm honest, my interest is the artwork and being able to stitch the artwork. And the charting is kind of the means to an end, which I need to need to learn to do well. And but yes, everything can just come together. And I truly believe if you love what you're doing, just do it without overthinking it. Because sometimes we get into kind of planning mode and go, well, if I do this, is it going to be worth it? Is it going to be this or that and the other? I think just trust your instinct. And universe works in a strange way. A lot of times things just come together without any planning, you know, without you having to kind of force it to go one way or the other. And I kind of learned to trust that instinct. Sometimes I just do it, hoping for the best, literally hoping for the best, because I don't know, but I have faith. Something's going to work out. A blind faith, blind faith. So fingers crossed. Heather House says, may we please have a peek of your artwork? Yeah, I showed a little bit, maybe 2 streams ago. I think when I was working on the dry flowers, and I don't want to show too much because it's a piece of artwork with 25 different elements, and you know, it's you know, I want to keep it till very close when I kind of pin down the final version, because things could change still. But definitely I will share it with you when we get very close, and hopefully I can turn it into a beautiful chart. Chibi says Wednesday is July. I know it's probably not going to be the beginning, okay? And I'm hoping sometime in July, because we have a marathon planned. And so I'm hoping to be able to stitch that piece in July. Oh, Janine, well done. Now you get to stitch. So Janine's doing mini Paris, I can't say it. Mini Paris Streets by Dominique Davidson. It's a hay piece. Sounds lovely. And welcome back, Brandy. I know we talk about food a lot, Alyssa. Brace yourself if you're in this chat. 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't look the same as my chart. It's very iffy. Oh, it's over there. Okay, hang on. Why does it look like this? It looks a little bit different. I feel like maybe I'm freestyling. And I think it was driven by the fact, remember, I was looking for a pattern for Christmas in July, and I looked around, I just couldn't find anything I liked. And suddenly I had this idea about advent calendar, and I thought, well, why don't I just draw one myself and see what happens? Maybe I can charge it. So it kind of just started from there. And what is Arby's? Is it like a bakery or something? Sounds lovely. All right, that bit is done. I think some stitches may not be super correct, but who cares? It's all pinks. Seven, 5, 8. Oh, Michelle, do you do chart design as well? Michelle is asking Rachel, would you take a look at my a chart I designed? I need advice on need to make changes. Wow, Michelle, I didn't know you do chart design as well. I need to have a look. Elisa says, speaking of ADHD food issues, I've been on a boiled shrimp with cocktail sauce and frosted mini wheat cereal cake, and I don't eat them together. What? So you have boiled shrimp, like prawns, with cocktail sauce. That sounds very 70s, first of all. But I bet it's delicious. And frosted mini wheat cereal cake. Why don't you eat them together? It sounds workable. Maybe shrimp prawn cereal with milk. Wow. But these two are kind of normal foods, right? Because I remember maybe it was the last stream we're talking about strange things that pregnant ladies they crave for. Some of them are not very appetizing. But those ones you're eating, they individually, they can be quite delicious. Maybe a little bit of calamari as well, you know, if that's thrown in. Monique says, I love Arby's curly fries and chicken tenders. Rachel says, Arby's is a fast food restaurant. My favorite item is roast beef and cheddar and their curly fries. Right. So it's like a burger shop. Ha. Clara says, Yogi, there you are telling Michelle, I need to have a look. Yet won't let us take a look. What? Telling Michelle I need to have a look. Oh, right. No. Clara, I don't know whether you're here. I saw Clara, you're here. Let me have a look. Let me grab my tablet, see if I can give you a little sneaky peek. I don't want to show too much because it's still changing, you know. Hang on. Let me grab my tablet. Because the other day I did show bits and pieces. I didn't want to show too much because, you know, I'm not quite there with the composition just yet, so I didn't want to show too much. Let me just have a look, see if I, if I can show you anything at all. I don't want to spoil the surprises. Okay, hang on a second. Let me have a look and decide. So the other day I showed one bit that is Santa Claus. It's a postcard. It's one of the items. Let me see if I can show you something else. Because it was, oh dear, hang on. Let me have a look. don't want to show too much. It's a bit of a, okay. Let me have a look. Let me see. I think I showed this. All right. I don't know whether I should show you this one. Hang on. Hang on a second. Because what I'm showing you is really part of something, not individually, okay? So I showed this one before, but I changed the design a little bit. So I just want to show you. If you were here the other day for the, when I show bits of my design, I showed you a postcard of Santa Claus, right? Like a part of a postcard. I kind of changed that a little bit. I'm going to show you, okay? And I changed the design a little bit. So let me just show you. So currently it looks a little bit like this. So this is one of the items. So last time when I showed you, it looked more like a postcard. So what I'm trying to do here is to make it more like a, you know, like a pop-out cards where you can unfold a card and, you know, like a Santa Claus or whatever else kind of pop forward. So that's what I'm kind of working on. So last time it was more like a postcard. I want to make it more like a Dear Santa postcard. But this, I decided to make it more like a pop-out or, you know, it's a pop-up or pop-out card like that. So I'm still working on it. I need to work on the shadows. So this is just one of the 25 items, okay? And so Amanda says, this child would be so cute. Nativity, what? Fast is 40 days. Oh no, not 40. 25 is enough. 25 is enough. And Rachel says, Yogi, that's going to have huge if it's just one piece Santa postcard. And no, this piece, what you're looking at, is just one item. Okay, think about it. Let me see if I can show you something else. I showed the gingerbread man, right? Let me see if I just did this a couple of days ago. Do you want to have a look? Okay, sneaky peek, okay, just for you guys, because you're lovely. I kind of try to be conservative because I don't want to show too much, just in case I change it, okay? And let me show you this one as well. Okay, so this one, whoops. This one, I don't know what happened there. Hang on. I think I broke it. Let me show you something else. This is going to be a let me see if I can show you another thing. Oh yes, I've got this one, okay? Just let it, just trying to get it to load. Okay, so these are mince pies. Remember our Christmas, the Christmas stream we had last year. We had mince pie, and I thought the whole world was they were eating mince pie, but it turned out to be just over here. So these are the mince pie that pies that I've drawn, and so these are going to be, you know, what you get for one of the days. Okay, I don't want to show you too much. So there's some edible things and there's some usable things. So the theme I'm working on is surrounding crafting. So the items you get are the things you would be happy to get if you're a crafter. So that's kind of speaking to me as a person. So every single item, there's some sort of crafted, hang on, let me open this one. They're kind of crafted object. And this one as well, I think I just worked on this one. And this is an elf, little elf. And so, you know, you guys know those kind of wooden cross-stitching things that you can get. So I kind of combine that with a thread holder here. So I think I've got this one. Oops, hang on. Let me see if I can move it down. So it's a little bit like that. So there are different items you can get. And there are 25 of them, building up to 25th, like Christmas Day. So that's it. That's all I'm going to show you today. Oh dear. Things might still change, okay? So it's not set in stone. And I'm just working bit by bit. Because sometimes you come up with one object. And as you're working toward the same kind of a composition, you kind of go, well, that bit doesn't work, so I remove it. So Michelle says, Yogi, keep going. Thank you so much. Clara says, remember, go big or go home. Yes, I think it's going to be biggish. It's going to be biggish. And Rachel says that postcard cannot be 100 by 100. That's going to have to be good size to look good and show details. Yes, I realize that. I think I've given up the idea to turn into a mini piece. It will probably be biggish to get sort of fair amount of details. So the only way I can find out how they're going to turn out is by charting it and see what happens. And if I need to increase in size, then that's just the way it is. So I'll see how it goes. Clara says, maybe Santa can be a centerfold. Oh, I don't want to give away too much. I do have a centerpiece for 25th. Pop-up, yes, pop-up cards. And Sue Page says, looks like I joined at the right time. Hello from New Zealand. We love a mince pie at Christmas. Yes, yes. But they don't have mince pies in America, apparently. Ginny says, I love the little elf, cute. Yes, I really enjoy doing that piece because I had to draw every single stitch one by one. Clara says, remember, Yogi, no air stitching. I had that in mind because I'm going to stitch this piece, okay? So everything on the chart would be something that I love stitching. And also, it has to be not too much air stitching. There may be bits and pieces. There's a snowman, okay? There's a snowman somewhere there. And snowman has to be white. So there's a little bit of that. But, you know, overall, it's not. It's going to be, you know, a lot of bright colors and very colorful piece. Rachel says, if you want to send me a Santa postcard and have me run through my software and send you some mock-ups of different sizes, I can do that for you. That's so kind, Rachel. I will need a lot of tips from you, okay, Rachel? Because I'm complete newbie when it comes to charting. So I'll definitely seek your advice. And I'll probably send you a couple of images if you're happy to do that when I get them kind of finished. So the Santa one, I'm still working on it. There's some textures that I haven't added yet. That's very kind of you, Rachel. Ginny says, are you going to release one image a day? No, it's going to be one one single chart, and it's like you know, advent calendar, but with 25 different elements and somehow working together. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm still working on the composition. Elisa says, I never had a mince pie, but I'm in America. Exactly. I thought the whole world was eating mince pies. I didn't know that until last Christmas when we were talking about it. And it turned out it's like a UK thing, or maybe some other countries. Jojo says, my mom makes her own mince meat. Everyone looks forward to her mince pies. Yes, a lot of dry fruits. Some people don't like dry fruits, you know, but it can be quite delicious. Rachel's using Win Stitch. I have Mac Stitch, which is the Mac version, but I played around with it, but I need to learn more about it. Moni says, is the chart gonna have aliens eating calamari? No, that's another piece I'm gonna be working on. Okay, it's a calamari library of calamari. That would be my next piece, with big eyes, that kind of stuff. One, two, three. 1, 2. Oh, this bit is all over the place. 1, 2. Alien eating a piece of kale. All the good bits. That's the masterpiece. Clara says we have shepherd's pie, turkey pot pie, and chicken pot pie, and roast beef pot pie. Oh, a lot of pot pies. Shepherd's, yes, Shepherd's, not Shepherd's Bush is a location. Shepherd's pie, yes, it's a thing here. Turkey pot pie, I'm not sure. I don't think turkey is eaten that frequently over here. Chicken pot pie, I'm not sure. It may be British. Well, I don't know. Chicken pot pie sounds very American, isn't it? Is it with kind of pastry on top of the pie or something? I'm not too sure. Brandy says my paternal grandma would make mince pies and we ate it hot with vanilla ice cream on top. Oh, right. I suppose you can have a dollop of cream or something. That works. Kale alien. Okay, you now, Elisa, you're giving me inspirations. Okay. A kale eating with big eyes, eating kale. Aliens, not kale with big eyes. Aliens with big eyes, and aliens, and with a friend. The alien's friend is a calamari lady. Now that would be a beautiful piece. I'm going to end this one here. Kale eating aliens. Kale eating aliens, not aliens eating kale. Wow. It's Kale's sweet revenge on aliens. Hello, Dolly. Oh, didn't know Dolly was in the room. Hello, babe. How are you doing? All right. Oh, it's taking shape a little bit. Can you see that? There's a little bit more definition here. But this bit is a little bit confetti, so I'm reluctant to dive in too much. Just a little bit. How about this one? 3-8, 3-8-5-8, 3-8-5-8. And is Aimee? I've given up. Hello from Brazil. Hello, Brazil. And about it, she says, oh, what I presume is a she. If it's a gentleman, let me know. And she asks, which app are you using? This is called Cross Stitch Saga. It's an iOS app that you can get. Oh, I'm sweating. Oh, she's my name is Japanese. It's difficult to pronounce. It's RK me no control. My no control. Oh, it says no control. So is it Akemi? I'm a lady. Okay, yes. Because with the handle, sometimes you have multiple words in one string, and so it's all connected together. So you don't know where something starts and when something ends. It's a guesswork. Definitely need a shower later on. Janine says, is it hot there again today? Yeah, we're still over, well, not at this moment. I think at this moment, let me have a look. I think at this moment, it says 21. I do not believe it. It feels very humid and very hot. But today, the highest point was over 30. Tomorrow, apparently, it's going to be a little bit cooler. Oh, no, not really. Oh, no, yes. Tomorrow, apparently, it's going to be 25. But, you know, 25 normally is quite hot over here. But it's slightly cooler than 30, 36 that we had the other day. But today is over 30 as well. Susan says 30 Celsius here in the Midland. I mean, right now, as we speak? Susan, that's very high for this time of night. This is nearly midnight. But currently, today the highest point was over 30, but 31. But currently, at this moment, it's about 22. But it feels much warmer than that. Probably because of humidity as well. Dolly, hey babe, what's up? I think Dolly may be asking for food or something else. She's looking very suspicious. She's just trying to come over and go, hey, me. Let me just go over to check on her food and see if maybe she needs food. I'll be right back. Yes, she was after food. She was looking very suspicious. Now she's happy. Janine says it's not been hot here, but next week is supposed to go into upper 80s, which is, I think, is about 28. Yes, that's quite hot as well. And also, it depends on whether it's going to be humid. I think for us, it's going to cool off a little bit for maybe next week, but by the week after, the Monday, according to the predictions, going to be 28 and up to 32 as well. So it's going to cool off for a few days in comparison, and then it might go up again. And Miss Mischief says next week is supposed to be 34 to 36. Oh dear. And remind me where you are, roughly where in the world. No home address, okay? Just roughly which country, which city. And I've got a couple more stitches here. Let me find it. It's over here. There's one more stitch here. Oh, Tennessee. Okay. So it's hot worldwide. It's not just Europe. It's hot in America as well. I mean, hotter than usual, right? Like heat wave. Well, it does look like the world is getting hotter, isn't it? Because, you know, to be honest, in the past, with the winter, there are a few years, you know, very, very cold. But the past year, the winter just went past. Literally, I cannot remember any particularly cold day. I mean, there were a few days, you know, maybe slightly colder. To be honest, comparing to, you know, some winters I remember, it's very mild, uneventful. There was nothing in particular that's kind of memorable in terms of coldness. And Jojo says torrential downpours in Alberta. We rain a little bit as well. Actually, you know, not a small amount. So it's hot, humid, and raining at the same time. So it feels very humid. And there's just one stitch to the right side here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And one more. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just one stitch. RK says here in Latin America, it's winter time. Now it's 22. It's winter time, really, in Latin America? I didn't know that. Are they in reverse as well? 22 is winter, is it? Oh, well. Lucky you. And Oklahoma is very hot as well, and humid. I think it makes so much difference when it's humid. 3858. And where Betty is, it's also heavy rain. I think sometimes when it's so hot and it's very dry, it's quite worrying as well, isn't it? Lack of water, etc. I think last heat wave a couple of months ago, there was some worry about water, but it's just a little bit more sort of, you know, humid when it rains as well. I'm going to work on this bit a little bit more. Let me have a look. So 407, 407, got 5 stitches. Monique says in Australia as well, wintertime. Yes, Australia, I was aware the seasons are sort of kind of opposite. I didn't realize is it Latin America? I don't know which countries, maybe, is it like Cuba? I don't know, my geography is terrible. But I didn't realize that the seasons were opposite as well. And Central Plains Gardens is 100 in the Central Plains. Oh, it's 100 as in Fahrenheit. And lots of tornadoes the last week. Nice one. Why not? Just get some tornadoes thrown in, just for laugh. And one more on top. Here we go. 407. And Rachel, if you're still in the chat here, what size in terms of chart, number of stitches, right? A super size. I'm trying to think, not super size, even just regular size. I can just check the Heaven and Earth charts to see what a typical regular size is. 407. I just want to have some idea in terms of what we consider as, you know, regular and then bigger from that point. Oh, I can keep going actually. 407. 407. I'm going to come over here. I mean, the only thing is, because I have got the software for charting, it's just my computer is so slow. It's a super old computer, old Mac. I was a little bit worried that it would not run the software, but luckily it does. But I'll need to figure out, I just hope that the computer won't give up in the process of charting, because it's probably going to demand a little bit of power here. Yes, Rachel. Okay. Rachel says the max width I can make a chart is 999 width. So that is super size, right? For heaven and earth, that would be the maximum. Is that both ways? Like 999 up and down? Just trying to think about what I've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me just have a quick look, because they're not gridded necessarily, but let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So roughly 5 rows of, can divide it in 5 rows vertically, and maybe 5 or 6 horizontally. I'm just thinking about my composition, because Rachel said something about the size of the postcard. So if you think about the Santa's card is 1 row in terms of the entire composition. Just dividing. I don't want to think about supersize. That's probably too big. I don't know. No idea at this point. But it's probably not going to be small. I think regular size is about, let me look at this one. I think this one is, regular size for this one is 725. It's a landscape. 725, so not that far from 999, to be honest. But vertically, it's under 500. So that's considered regular size for heaven and earth. Rachel says, if I were you, I would do a sort of patchwork composition on an event calendar. I don't know what you mean by that. But it's going to be like a calendar, like, you know, I want to preserve that kind of look. But it's not going to be, you know, like sort of conventional layout. Cheryl says, hi from freezing Australia. Really? Currently 3.6 Sunday morning. 3.6 in Australia. Did someone say Australia is never that cold? I mean, currently, that's cold. That's cold. I was thinking Australia, the cold is like 20 degrees. Wow, that's freezing. Heather House is having a good time. And Heather says, here on our island is 21 Celsius, sunny, sea breezes wafting through, jazz music in a park, and cold beverages in hand. Oh, Heather. 21 is perfect. I think 21, I think between 19 to about 21, 22 is kind of, you know, that sweet spot, isn't it? If it's not humid. But, oh my God, jazz music as well, and drinks. Oh yes, Rachel. No. It's not a strict grid. It's not like a gridding situation. They're overlapping. So if that's what you mean, that's what I'm doing. Cheryl says it's winter at the moment, but I think I remember someone from Australia said even in the winter season, quote unquote winter season, it's not that cold, but 3 degrees kind of cold. Wow. Yes, Lisa, it's a little bit like collage, but still structured. I shouldn't give away too much. But, so it's not like a grid, not like boxes. No. That would be a little bit boring, I think. Elisa says, so I'm looking at supersize maximum max color patterns. It's 999 by 714. Okay, so the difference between regular and max, it's about 200 stitches roughly. Depends on the fabric, the pattern. And the one I'm stitching was Stitches So Beautiful. That's considered, it's not supersized in their terms, but it's the largest they've got, and it's 600 by 600. So that's kind of, I think general consensus for a large chart. But even though I'm creating artwork for charting, at the same time, I don't want to overthink too much about stitch sizes, because I think that probably hinders the creation as well. So I want to establish the artwork first in the way it's intended to be, and worry about the rest. Because I think for most charts that's being charted by different artists, these artists are not thinking about, is it going to be charted well? They're just thinking about, I'm creating an artwork about certain things. So that's what I want to focus on. But it's quite nice. It's probably good to have some sort of idea. But then, the charting process will take over. I don't know. I know, Miss. Heather's having such a great time, and I'm sitting here sweating, okay? And Heather's having a time of her life. Oh, Alisa is checking the Pokemon. That one is huge, isn't it? Oh, is that it? So, Alisa, are you doing that gigantic one? That's most up to date, the Pokemon chart. So that one is 999 by 798. Okay, and that's huge, right? Janine says, is there going to be words and backstitching? There may be some words, right? But no backstitching. It's going to be straightforward crosses. Only cross stitching. Uh-oh. My app is frozen. Hello. My app is frozen. Let me restart my app here. Here we go. And Alyssa, how far are you with that chart? With the Pokemon? But the thing is, though, they're going to add more Pokemons, you know, going forward. So at some point, another new version will come out. What are you going to do? One, two, three. Not as far as I would like. And that's you and me both with every single project. Well, but then again, I don't think about speed, do I? I just stitch. 15% for over 3 years. I'm okay with it. Oh, 1%. When did you start? Is it recently? All right. Oh, it's 12:30 almost. Let me pick one more color. Time flies. So the last time I checked, it was 11:30. 152. 152. All right, and this is going to be my final color here. Let me zoom in a little bit. These colors are so pretty. Very subtle to stitch because it's so blended. And I think this is the difference between the charts from Heaven and Earth and Gecko Rouge. I can feel the difference. And probably because it's a different style of artwork as well, The colors are more bold with my Gecko Rouge, the craft cupboard. But this is, Heaven and Earth charts are very blended with the colors. Okay, let's have a look. Where am I? So it's over here. Very nice. There are quite a few stitches, so I'm gonna just, so these ones are done. Ginny says you have to show us progress, Alyssa. Yes, the Pokemon is, that's the one Travis really wants to do. Travis, yes. Travis has been lurking. I know, that's your dream chart, isn't it? And also, Travis, if you do this new version, this, you're gonna do counter stitch, cross stitching, right? There isn't a stamp kit version, because it's gonna be huge if it's done in 14 counts. Travis says Painting Fairy has a stamp kit version. Really? A new one? Oh dear. I think counted version will probably give you, I don't know, maybe slightly cheaper, because you can just get a piece of fabric and then, you know, top up the material, the threads as you go forward. If you buy a kit, I can imagine that kit is probably going to cost a bit. What's the current stitch count for the piece you're working on? You might have told me before, I can't remember. Is it 14? Okay, I'm gonna do the final 4 stitches. And 2 more stitches. There's a lady on Instagram, she stitches this piece, and it's just amazing. She's gone much further than me, obviously, and she's been stitching with parking method, and yeah, she's doing incredible. It's quite inspiring when you see someone else stitching the same project and they're moving forward. It kind of inspires you to want to do a little bit more. There's 3 more stitches. I might as well do these ones. And I'm pretty sure there was one lady, I'm not sure it's regular size or max colors, I'm not sure. She's finished it. I think it's a Japanese lady as well. Oh, Elisa, are you stitching on 14 count? Are you, have you kitted up the project yourself, or have you got the stamp kit as well? 14 count for that piece is going to be huge. Well, I'm surprised you even got the fabric. Okay, I'm going to do one more. That's it. Beautiful. Oh, that's such a pretty pink color. I'm going to end it here. 152. And 152. So Elisa has posted her Pokemon piece. Let's have a look. Oh, that doesn't look like 1%. Is this the bit that you finished? Hang on. Let's have a look. That looks more than 1%, surely. So this is Elisa's Pokemon piece, and this is the biggest one out there. And that looks like a stamp kit. Is that stamp kit? So this one, hang on, is this one Travis? No, this is Elisa. So is this one from Painting Fairy, Elisa? Oh, right, Elisa says it's the stamp piece from Painting Fairy. I cannot imagine kitting it myself. Yes, it's probably better to get a kit if you want 14 counts, because the fabric, the size of the fabric is going to be tricky, isn't it? If you want to do it on that count. That looks a little bit more than 1%. And how do you know it's about 1%? Because it's a stamp kit. Maybe it's 5. But I think it's such a huge piece. You know, it looks like a lot you've done. There are at least like 10 Pokemons going on there. That is so cute though. And really well done. That's very pretty. Travis is like, give it to me, give it to me. Yes. All right. So Travis, so Elisa is living the dream that Travis wants to live. Yes, but I bet you can probably, get a little bit of excitement from Elisa just by looking at it. And so let me zoom out here. There you go. I only have one Pokemon, okay? That's plenty. And my cupcake here. Oh, keep scrolling the picture. There's more? Hang on. I only saw one picture. Is there more? Okay, so that's the floss. Oh, right. So you've got the super duper squirrel frame as well. Oh, Elisa's got the whole shebang, the whole Painting Fairy experience. Wow, it's huge. Is there any more? Okay, there's 3 pictures. That's a lot of floss. Okay, it probably came in a lorry somehow. That's a lot of floss, and that's beautiful. That's really nice. And I don't want to show it to Travis, okay? Travis is going to go, oh, I want it. And he's going to get in, to a little, disagreement with Tia again. I don't want to break up marriages, all right? They've got little kids, so they need to stay together. With or without Pokemons. So this is what I've done today, guys. And Saturday, Aimee SAL. This is the piece I've been working on today, and this is a little cake shop, Max Colors, okay, by Aimee Stewart. Let me show you the markup. It's absolutely beautiful, adorable, and I absolutely love the color scheme as well. It's so sweet. I love it, and I've been having this project for over 3 years. I still love it. I still love it. It's true love, and here we go. And so today I mostly work on kind of this area, and I have not gone to the puff, little puff, I don't know what they're called, little chocolate puffs. There's a whole mountain here. So I've been working on a glass dome, mostly with macaroons inside. And at the moment it doesn't look like much, but the shape of the cover, the dome, is much clearer now. It's looking good, I think. And so this is what I've done today. And of course, I am going to share with you my stitch count, okay? Are you ready? Yes, and 5 million stitches, Alyssa. Oh, Alyssa, you're my favorite. 5 million stitches, definitely. Somewhere there, Alyssa. I'm not very ambitious. I don't go for speed. I'm not Komari, okay? But 5 million, I like it. All right, then. And so I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to show you my iPad here, okay? My app. This is where I am, okay? What I've been stitching. I'm going to count down to 3, 2, and 1. There you go. Very close, Alyssa. It's almost 5 million, okay? It's a grand total of 245. Yay! Round of applause for Yogi. Yes, very close, Alyssa. I think Alyssa has won the Guess My Stitches today, okay? Winner, Alyssa, the champion, and over 15%. 15.60, okay, 245, and very happy. A little bit more than I thought, actually. There's a little bit of a mini confetti going on there, but not too bad, so I managed. And I had a great time stitching with you. I hope you have enjoyed your project as well, and I really appreciate your support. And and come to stitch with Yogi every day. And so tomorrow, Sunday, hopefully we're going to come back. So I was hoping to do a members stream tomorrow afternoon, and I realized I have classes in the afternoon, so we're going to do it another time. But we will come back for the evening, our regular stream here. Okay, so I hope to stitch another piece, new every day, a new piece, and I will see you here. And it's 12:30 midnight. Yogi signing out from sleepy London town, very hot London town. All right, and I will see you tomorrow. Love you all. Nighty night. Stay cool. Bye bye. Yes, avocado, Clara. Yes, and some kale, Clara. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye, everyone.